2016. You are attending the City Planning Commission review session and a quorum is present. The first item on the agenda is the Bedford Historic District presented by Michael Owens, Community Outreach Program Manager for the Landmarks Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod and Commissioners. My name is Michael Owen. I'm joined by Lisa Savage from the Landmarks Preservation Commission. I'm here today to testify on the Commission's designation of the Bedford Historic District in Brooklyn. On December 8th, 2015, the Landmarks Preservation Commission unanimously approved the designation of the Bedford Historic District, located in Brooklyn's Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood and extending from Monroe Street on the north to Macon Street and Verona Place on the south, and from just east of Bedford Avenue, eastward toward Tompkins Avenue. Since 2008, the Commission has been working closely with community advocates, elected officials, and this proposed designation follows the designation of 3 historic districts in Bedford-Stuyvesant: Allison Agate Courts, designated in 2009, and the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, designated in 2013. The original Stuyvesant Heights Historic District was designated in 1971. LPC held 3 community meetings about Bedford-Stuyvesant in 2011 and 2012, one specifically about this district, and heard this district, the Bedford District, in 2013. The proposed district is a remarkably well-preserved section of Bedford-Stuy, containing more than 800 buildings, representing the wealth of the architectural styles that flourished in Brooklyn during the late 19th century. Constructed almost entirely between 1870 and 1900, the district exemplifies the rapid development of row house design in central Brooklyn during this period, ranging from modest vernacular houses built in the 1870s to lavish houses from 1880s and 1890s that rank among Brooklyn's most impressive residences. Together, these houses create some of the borough's most distinctive and intact 19th century streetscapes. Following the settlement of African-American and Caribbean-American families in the district, starting in the 1910s, the district evolved, along with the broader Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood, into a major residential district for Black families. Typical Brooklyn row houses districts, the proposed district developed tentatively on available land close to existing transit lines near and within the district's northern portion. Development then spread throughout the proposed district as other large parcels were mapped and subdivided, and additional transit lines opened. The earliest development occurred between 1870 and 1877 in the northern portion of the district. The next map shows the brief transitional period. So that's what we just saw. And of 1878 to 1879, in which development continued in the northern portion of the district, but was just beginning to occur on the former Lefferts Farm to the south, which had recently been mapped and sold off. From that point, the neighborhood's development was much more rapid, extending to Verona Place and throughout the district in the early 1880s, and more extensively in the 1880s. And by the early 1890s, nearly all of the district's row houses had been completed, as shown on this map. After flats buildings began to be constructed within the proposed district, development cycled back to its northern portion, which contains about half of the flats buildings. So, the Italianate style. The proposed district earliest row houses were vernacular Italianate and Neo-Grec style dwellings constructed in its northern portion. These included a very early row of wood-framed Italianate houses. Neo-Grec. By the mid-1870s, the Italianate style was being supplanted in the district by Neo-Grec, which would remain popular through the 1880s, accounting for about half of the district's row houses. Many variations of the Neo-Grec style appeared within the district during this period, including 4 intricately ornamented rows built on the northern side of Jefferson Avenue between 1886 and 1889, one of which includes the house at 209 Jefferson Avenue, I think, yeah, to the far right. Queen Anne. A number of styles come into fashion in the 1880s, and houses in these various styles were built contemporaneously during that decade and into the 1890s. These included the Queen Anne style, which was intended to invoke English domestic architecture of the late medieval period, Romanesque. These picturesque houses, distinguished by its fortress-like, rough-faced stone facades, carved medieval-inspired detailing, and prominent round arched openings. Renaissance Revival. Then the Renaissance, this style had a classical style that took its inspiration from the residential architecture of the Italian Renaissance. Many architects combined these latter two styles, as shown in this slide, most strikingly in the house at 237, which is sort of an amalgam of both styles. And then flats buildings. These buildings began to be constructed within the district 1880s and include three by the celebrated Brooklyn architect Montrose Morris. Although the proposed district is almost entirely residential, it does include two schools that played a major role in the city's educational history, Girls High School and Boys High School, and these are both designated individual landmarks. Many of the proposed district's buildings were designed by very prominent late 19th century architects, including the Parfit brothers, George Chappell, Rudolph Dawes, and Hines and Lafarge. The proposed district is unique for its exceptionally intact and concentrated collection of houses by Montrose Morris, considered one of Brooklyn's greatest. So the proposed district's architectural development was largely complete by the 20th century, but significant cultural changes continued. Most notably, its development as part of the larger Bed-Stuy neighborhood into a major residential district for African American and Caribbean American families. African American churches followed black residents to Bedford, including the Siloam Presbyterian Church in 1944. The pastored Reverend Galamison continued the church's tradition of social and civil rights activism, becoming a prominent figure in the effort to integrate the city's schools. Bedford residents have worked to preserve the neighborhood's historic houses and streetscapes by participating in the brownstoning movement and through the work of block associations which were active in the 1940s. Designation of this district completes 7 years of work by the Commission with significant community input to preserve the historic architecture and character of this part of Brooklyn and Bed-Stuy neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Questions, Mr. Owen? No? Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you.
But, be followed by,
To be followed by Brian Dennis, Brooklyn planner, who will walk us through the historic district's relationship to the zoning resolution, projected public improvements and plans for the area.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Paul Weisrog and other commissioners. Some of my presentation might be a little repetitive, but just bear with me. On December 8th, 2015, the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission designated the Bedford Historic District. According to the LPC report, the Bedford Historic District consists of 824 buildings comprising of 3 to 4 story row houses and multifamily flats within the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York. The historic district is located in the southwest portion of Community District Number 3, generally bounded by Monroe Street to the north, Tompkins Avenue to the east, Fulton Street to the south, and Bedford Avenue to the west. The 2007 Bedford-Stuyvesant South rezoning mapped contextual districts throughout the southern portion of the community district, including the area of this newly designated historic district. The district's side streets were rezoned R6B to protect the unique collection of well-preserved houses that range in style from Italianate and Neo-Gothic to Queen Anne, Romanesque, and Renaissance Revival. R6B contextual districts are consistent with the predominant built context of 3 to 4 story buildings, allowing a maximum FAR of 2.0 and a max building height of 50 feet. The north and south avenues, such as Bedford, Nostrand, and Tompkins, were zoned R6A with the C24 commercial overlay. R6A districts facilitate the development of 6 to 7 story apartment-style buildings with a floor-to-area ratio of 3.0 and a max building height of 70 feet. C2 commercial overlays are typically mapped in medium-density residential districts to offer retail needs such as grocery stores, restaurants, and repair services to residents, and allows for mixed-use buildings with retail uses on the ground floor and residential uses above, or standalone retail buildings at a maximum of 2.0 FAR. Transportation options in the area include the A and C train running along Fulton Avenue with a station at Nostrand Avenue. Further south along Atlantic Avenue is the Long Island Railroad. Local bus services include the B44 running north on Bedford Avenue and south on Nostrand, the B43 running south along Tompkins Avenue, and the B26 running an east-west route on Halsey Street. And as Michael referenced before, on this map I have in the back, just to show some context, there are several other historic districts within proximity to the Bedford Historic District. We have the Crown Heights North Historic District, south of Atlantic Avenue, that was designated on April 24th, 2007. And these are all the Crown Heights districts, the Crown Heights Historic Districts. And there are 3 of them. We also have the Crown Heights North 2 and Crown Heights North 3. Crown Heights North 2 was designated on June 28th, 2011, and Crown Heights North 3 was designated on March 24th, 2015. We also have the Alice Annegate Courthouse District that was designated on February 10th, 2009. And lastly, we have the Stuyvesant Heights and expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, and they were designated on September 14th, 1971, and April 16th, 2013. On January 15th, 2013, the Landmarks Preservation Commission held a public hearing on the proposed designation of the Bedford Historic District. 30 people spoke in favor, 3 people testified in opposition, and 3 people questioned whether the designation process provided enough community notification. The Landmarks Historic Preservation received 356 letters and emails in support of the proposed district, and 220 letters from senders stating that they wanted additional information on the designation process. The historic district designation does not conflict with the zoning resolution, projected public improvements, or any plan for development, growth, improvement, or renewal within the historic district or surrounding area. Pursuant to section 7479 of the zoning resolution, no transfer of development rights is permitted from any structure within the historic district. All landmark buildings within the historic district are eligible to apply for a use and bulk waiver pursuant to section 74.711 of the zoning resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Questions for Brian? Ms. Delos.
Hi, Brian, how are you? Do we have any idea what might account for the high number of people who expressed asking for information about the process, the 220?
So we're going to tag team. Lisa and Owen and I are going to tag team on these
I
questions.
can answer any questions on the record.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Kersavage. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning and Special Projects. So,
At the Landmarks Preservation
yes,
Commission.
pardon me, at the Landmarks Commission.
Just to make it clear. Okay.
So we had 2 different batches of form letters. We had 335 form letters in support. 143 of those were in the district. And then we had 220 form letters that stated they wanted more information about the designation process. 37 of those were from within the district.
Interesting.
Yeah, so, and then we did follow up to every property owner, I believe it was 3 times, with information about the designation process, and then also we send each property owner their entry in the designation report. And so that was in 2013, and we didn't get any subsequent mailing after that.
Thank you.
Ms. Levin and Ms. Ortiz.
Lisa, since we have you on your feet, I noticed that the public hearing was held almost exactly 3 years ago. What accounts for the long stretch of time between the hearing and this action?
So, and I should say that we've changed this process with our new chair, Srinivasan, but when we had the hearing, we had not completed the designation report. And so we heard all the commentary, and then we actually produced the designation report. So 800 building report and doing all the research on the buildings takes some time, and we were also working on other projects at the same time. Earlier this year, in the spring, we met with community advocates and the community board and council members to tell them that we were moving forward with this, and offered more meetings in the community, and they thought there had been sufficient. We'd had 3 community meetings in Bedford, and they thought it was sufficient and recommended we just
Go
move
do it.
forward. Yeah,
Okay, hurry up.
exactly.
Ms. Ortiz?
Just a clarification on the ballot. So 335 in favor, 220 wanted additional information, so there were none opposed?
Well, that's the record for the form letters. Actually, at the hearing, we had 30 in favor, including 17 residents. 3 people questioned the process, whether there was enough community notification, and 3 people were opposed, and 1 of those were resident.
I understand, but on the ballot, is there an option given to oppose?
I'm not sure what you mean by ballot, like in the
So-
testimony?
No. When you mentioned 335 in favor, those came as emails.
Yes, we got
And a mix of-
335 letters and emails.
Okay, so not a single email came in opposition, then is what you're saying. The only option they're given, other than in favor, is
Okay.
to
Mike's
ask
gonna-
for additional information?
Just one point I wanted to make is that the letters we received, the form letters, were not written by us. So sometimes a local resident, the wording of it isn't necessarily our wording of opposed or supportive. They sort of use their own sort of somewhat vague language. So that's why some of the form letters don't correlate exactly to opposed or supportive.
Okay, so if they had been written differently, you might have said in opposition,
I-
the form letters.
I'm not sure that we got emails outside of, our testimony, at our hearing, that were actually in opposition. I think we just got these postcards that said they wanted more information about the designation process.
And that was their form letter, not your, I used the
Right.
word ballot, but I meant.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do you expect any, tomorrow's public hearing, any community residents testifying in support or in opposition?
At the moment, we don't. We certainly reach out to some of the groups that were really active in involvement. They tend to more go to the city council meetings, but this might be, we'll let them know that it's happening tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Public hearing tomorrow. Thanks.
Let's now advance to item number 2, page 30, proposed zoning text amendment to permit the infilling of existing arcades under specific conditions for retail use and to improve existing plazas to strengthen the Water Street corridor. Our presenter is Richard Suarez, project planner for the Manhattan office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is an application by the Alliance for Downtown New York, the Lower Manhattan BID, the Economic Development Corporation, and the Department of City Planning for a zoning text amendment to the special Lower Manhattan District and related sections of the zoning resolution to facilitate the infill of existing arcades for retail use and the improvements of existing privately owned public spaces. This text amendment is a result of a multi-year effort by the Alliance and many city agencies, including City Planning, DOT, and the Mayor's Office, to improve the pedestrian realm along Water Street. The proposed zoning text would amend 2 areas of the zoning resolution in particular, Section 9180 of the Special Lower Manhattan District, along with supporting text maps in Appendix A, and Sections 37625 and 3773 relating to design changes in cafes within existing plazas. The proposed zoning text will facilitate the elimination and infill of existing arcades for retail use and the improvement of existing plazas by chairperson certification and City Planning Commission authorization. The improvements that will be facilitated by the proposed text amendment would, among other things, create opportunities for the creation of active, visible, and useful retail and service establishments for nearby residents, workers, and visitors, for the provision of useful amenities such as seating, planting, drinking fountains, and improved lighting to offer safe and comfortable public spaces for many types of users, and events and the temporary activation of larger public spaces that lend themselves to such activities. The area that the text amendment focuses on is bounded by Fulton Street to the north, South Street to the east, Whitehall Street to the south, and South William and Pearl Streets to the west. Within this area is over 19 million square feet of Class A and B office space and over 100,000 employees, making it Lower Manhattan's most important commercial corridor. The buildings in this area were generally constructed between 1965 and 1987 and are characterized by 20 to 53-story sheer rising office buildings among empty public spaces and little to no ground floor retail. Many of us may be aware of the public and private projects that have been taking place around Water Street. Up to the north and just outside the map area is the Fulton Transit Center, which recently opened up. The improvements by the Howard Hughes Corporation to Pier 17 Entertainment Complex, along with some improvements to the and programming of the upland areas. The construction of the open space at Pier 15 here. The increased ferry service at Pier 11. The improvements to the Maritime Building, along with related improvements to the parking public spaces at Governor's Island. Improvements to the Peter Mingman Plaza at the Whitehall Ferry Terminal. And up and along South Street is the improvement of the East River Waterfront Esplanade. As I mentioned before, the Water Street area is mostly characterized by office use, but some buildings have been or are in the process of being converted to residential use. 200 Water Street, just at the tip, is residential. 95 Wall Street, 75 Wall Street, 10 Hanover Square residential, and then 180 Water Street is in the process of being converted to residential, and 110 Wall Street is considering being converted to residential use. The predominant zoning districts in this area are C69, C55, C53, and C64, all within the special Lower Manhattan district, and with the exception of C64, which has a base FAR of 10, these districts have a base FAR of 15 that may be increasable up to 21.6 through a combination of as-of-right and special permit bonuses. Most buildings in this area have FARs between 18 and 21.6 and have been able to exceed their base FARs through the provision of plazas and arcades or a transfer of development rights from a nearby landmark. So the question we are often asked is why Water Street? What makes Water Street so deserving of such special treatment? Water Street, in short, has an extremely challenging pedestrian experience. With the widening of the street in the 1950s, following the opening of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, the large superblocks that were created facilitated large, sheer-rising commercial office towers for back-office use that were envisioned to have multiple levels of retail, interconnected shopping concourses, subway and regional rail entrances, elevated plazas, and arcades with retail uses along the ground floor. This vision, as we all know, was hardly realized. Water Street is overly wide. The public right-of-way itself is about 90 feet, and traffic in most areas along the street is 2 ways across 4 lanes in both directions with parking lanes. Looking up and down the street, most buildings receive bulk waivers from the City Planning Commission or the Board of Standards and Appeals to modify height, setback, and tower coverage regulations, resulting in sheer rising buildings, creating a canyon-like effect with high winds and limited light on the street. Building frontages along Water Street have very limited retail and are often lined with office lobbies or blank walls. Retail spaces are reported to be too large or awkward for smaller, service-oriented businesses that are in demand today, so any business that have located here have trended towards national retailers. These are the most extreme conditions, but they are very typical of Water Street, and where you would see a transparent use, it would often be a lobby use. Within the area, this Water Street area, the street is dominated by over 225,000 square feet of plazas and 110,000 square feet of arcades. That equates to about 7¼ acres of open space, which is larger than Washington Square Park and about 75% the size of Bryant Park. And despite their abundance, these spaces simply just do not work. And they range in size from about 500 square feet to 46,000 square feet in size. Focusing a bit on the arcades, so there are about 100 arcades within Manhattan, 17 of which are in the Water Street corridor. So here's the Water Street corridor, and all these dots are arcades. While the arcades in Midtown are fairly distributed throughout, and there are a few instances where they're may be one next to one another or across the street from another, the density of arcades is the highest within this half-mile stretch down here on Water Street. The Water Street arcades were intended to provide a continuous covered pedestrian path lined with retail uses, but this vision, again, was hardly realized. These arcades are often too wide or too narrow, have columns that are too thick or too close together, they dead end or do not connect to one another, they're dark, and are aligned with lobby uses that do not provide useful amenities for workers and residents. The sidewalks along Water Street are sufficient to handle the volume of people along the street today, so these arcades are not critical for pedestrian circulation purposes. Furthermore, the arcades cause the ground floors of these buildings to be set back from the sidewalk, thereby failing to actively engage with pedestrians along the sidewalk and are only hindering the vitality of these potential commercial spaces. Most of the plazas along Water Street were provided at a time where no amenities were required. We call them 1961 plazas, the department. So these spaces lack many of the amenities that are required of new bonus plazas today, including seating of many types, planting, trees, lighting, drinking fountains, signage, bike racks, and retail frontage. Despite the excess amount of public space available, the lack of amenities do not make them usable. New spaces today are intended to be regular in size, and the larger the plaza, the more amenities that are required. The spaces along Water Street are highly irregular in shape and size, making it challenging to apply existing plaza rules today. Furthermore, the lack of eyes on the plaza or active retail or primary entrances makes these spaces less safe and inviting. These plazas alone have generated more than 2 million square feet of bonus floor area along the corridor. Water Street was one of the hardest hit areas of the city during Hurricane Sandy, and the city was forced to take a hard look at the corridor's commercial vitality and resilience. The buildings here were inundated with 5 to 10 feet of water. Nearly all buildings were vacant for weeks. Businesses on the ground floor were shuttered even 6 months after the storm, and buildings were forced to run on emergency generators for months and to relocate mechanical equipment to higher floors where there are rent-producing office space. Every single building in this study area is located within a high-risk area with a 1% annual chance of flooding. We call this, this is the A zone. So here's the Water Street area, dotted area. And then this kind of navy blue is this A zone. Those areas that are seaward of the sea yellow line, the Limwa, are subject to 1 to 3 feet of wave action. And those areas that are the small portions of buildings that are in this little darker shade of blue are in a high velocity flood zone. In this area, again, it's hard to see, but here's the dotted line. This shows the level of inundation that would be expected during one of these storms. And we would expect 4 to 10 feet of water to come in during a storm like Hurricane Sandy. And along South Street, you would get 12 or more feet. Water Street was always considered a back office commercial district, and it is in the city's economic interest to maintain its status as such, while also allowing an injection of the technology and media firms that are attracted to the area's Class B office space. There's over 6 million square feet of office leases that are expected to expire by 2030, representing approximately 1/3 of the total commercial office space in this area. 4.5 million of that will be up by the end of 2020. The vacancy rate here in the Water Street corridor is about 10.8% this past quarter, which is an improvement from 11.5% a year ago. And the city and the Downtown Alliance intend to attract and maintain high-value commercial office tenants, and improvements to the public realm is one important step towards this goal, particularly given the value that office workers in urban settings place on quality open space. So again, in summary, Water Street's wide with fast-moving traffic. The building frontages are very inactive, and they're set back from the street. These arcades are too narrow, too wide, the columns too thick, and they do not provide a useful pedestrian circulation function. There's a high concentration of these open plazas that are too large and barren. Many of these buildings may not be fully flood resilient, given the flood levels that are expected. We intend to attract and maintain high-value commercial office tenants. And overall, the street just lacks a human scale. The city has always been interested in improving the Water Street public realm for both residents and employees that use these spaces daily, but also, again, to attract and maintain high-value office tenants. The Downtown Alliance in 2010 produced a vision plan that took a hard look at the Water Street pedestrian realm and offered recommendations on how to improve these public spaces and the public right-of-way. Among those recommendations were a planted median, artwork and events throughout the public spaces, and also the retail infill of arcades. In 2011, the department sponsored a text amendment that allowed cafes within arcades by chairperson certification, and there are a few buildings that did take advantage of this important and first step in trying to activate these arcades. I will commonly call this the 2011 text amendment. As we know, in 2012, Hurricane Sandy hit. In 2013, the department then sponsored a text amendment to allow events within the plazas and arcades along Water Street. I'll call that the 2013 text amendment. Also, that same year, DOT implemented a number of temporary streetscape improvements They closed portions of the street, Pointy Slip, Gouverneur Lane, expanded the existing DOT Plaza down at Whitehall Street, and it implemented temporary neck downs at key crossings along the street. Also that same year, the city issued a Stronger and More Resilient New York, or more commonly known as the SIR report. And within that report, there were 3 actionable recommendations for Lower Manhattan, in particular for Water Street. One was the temporary and permanent improvements to the Water Street streetscape, temporary programming of the Water Street POPs, and a program to encourage permanent physical improvements to buildings and associated POPs with the goal of activating ground floor spaces, upgrading public spaces, and strengthening the flood resiliency of buildings. This proposed text amendment would be an effectuation of that last initiative. In 2013 and 2014, City Planning with EDC, with the help of a few consultants, undertook an urban design and a real estate study of the street to think about a toolkit of interventions to help improve the pedestrian realm by focusing on the plazas and arcades. This was our first attempt to really think about what retail infill could look like. EDC is currently working with the RBA group to make permanent many of the temporary streetscape improvements that were made in 2013. And then today, we are here to present this proposed text amendment. So in thinking about this text amendment, thinking about how to approach these public spaces, we set forth a number of goals, one of which is to improve the street's pedestrian experience, to provide useful services and amenities for nearby residents and employees, to improve the quality of these public spaces, and to improve the flood resilience of each building. And then the tools that we felt that was most appropriate in meeting these goals was, and that really would work, was one, to allow the infill of arcades to bring these ground floor uses closer to the street, to really activate it and bring them close to the sidewalk. We want to require service in retail establishments and put a limit on the lobby uses that are so, that proliferate the street today. We want to see an upgrade of these plazas to meet the current standards for new public plazas. We want to try to activate these spaces with events. And we would, any enlargement is required by the building code to be fully compliant with the provisions of Appendix G for dry flood proofing. So that's the added benefit of requiring all these improvements, is then to have resilient ground floors and thereby resilient buildings. In thinking about the text amendment, there are a lot of zoning considerations to consider, the biggest being floor area compliance. If a building wanted to infill their arcade today, there are a few processes available. If you have a non-bonus arcade area, you can eliminate that by chairperson certification. If you have a bonus area, a portion of the arcade that generated floor area bonus that was used in a building, you can seek an elimination by City Planning Commission special permit. And most of these buildings had City Planning Commission or BSA variances or special permits, and those would have to be revisited. The challenge, though, under existing regulations, is that most of these buildings are being built. They need the bonus floor area from these arcades. And even if they found a way to eliminate, whether by certification or special permit, they would have to find additional floor area for infill. With the exception of maybe one building, no building here could do a full and complete elimination and infill of their arcades. In thinking about plaza improvements, today, if someone wanted to improve their plaza, they could do so by chairperson certification pursuant to Section 3765 to demonstrate that they are in greater accordance with provisions of 3770 for new plazas. Cafes are allowed in plazas by chair certification pursuant to Section 3773, or here in Lower Manhattan by Section 9181 in arcades. And today, events are not expressly permitted. The 2013 text amendment had a sunset date, which was January 1st, 2014. There was a mayoral override requested by EDC that extended the applicability of that text amendment, but that then expired at the end of 2015. The challenge in thinking about improvements to the public spaces is that the irregular shape, the shapes, the grade changes, the subsurface conditions, things that both the department and applicants have identified make it extremely challenging to apply the current standards to these older 1961 plazas. So we often don't get all the improvements that we would normally see in a new public space. So the text amendment that we're proposing is sort of a menu of options for building owners to make improvements to their buildings. And the idea is that the owners would seek a comprehensive upgrade to their building ground floors. The first menu option, as I call it, is to allow the retail infill of arcades by chairperson certification and City Planning Commission authorization. In return for the retail infill of arcades, owners would be required to do a full upgrade of their plazas. The second option would be to allow events as of right within plazas and arcades. And the third would be to allow cafes within arcades, continue to allow cafes within arcades by chair certification, which is just keeping the 2011 text amendment. So this text amendment would apply, again, within this area defined by Fulton, South, Whitehall, and then Pearl and South William Streets. There are 17 buildings that have, the areas in blue show the arcades, 17 buildings that have arcades that could be filled in, and then the purple are all these plazas that could be upgraded. So the text amendment again would apply within that area. Map 8, to illustrate the applicability of this text amendment, Map 8 of Appendix A would be updated to establish this new area. The shaded area is the area of the 2011 text amendment, where cafes are allowed by certification. The outline is this little appendage that was added, was where the 2013 events text was permitted. We added this, and the intent of the 2013 text was to be about pilot text and a temporary text. We wanted to see if we were to allow events or some activity in this, added area over here, could this bring activity from the Battery onto Water Street? That really didn't work out, and I think, we learned a good lesson from this text amendment. So moving forward, we would eliminate that area, but we would add this. We would add 85 Broad Street to this. Here's 85 Broad, so we'd add this portion here, cut this off, add this on, and the idea here is that we wanted to try to, east-west connections are always an important, approach to Lower Manhattan. It always has been since the Lower Manhattan Plan. So the idea here is to really link the financial core and the uplands to the waterfront, to Water Street, and really bring people back and forth. So we thought this would really serve as a very useful connection. So this is an illustrative map of where infill would be permitted by certification and authorization. It's a little hard to see, but those areas in red would be permitted by chairperson certification. The department studied every single one of these arcades. We watched how people use these spaces, how people go through them at every hour of the day, and we then tried to study, well, if infill were to take place, how would they look? And what's the relationship between these arcades and adjacent sidewalks or public spaces? So these are areas that we think do not serve a useful pedestrian circulation space, function, and if infill were to take place pursuant to the regulations within the proposed zoning text, that it would establish a very good urban design relationship between these buildings and the sidewalks. Those areas in blue, and they're very limited, there's a portion here of One York Plaza, 55 Water Street. These are areas that are not, infill would not be disallowed, but we think that it's important to continue to study that relationship between the sidewalk and or plaza and that potential arcade infill. So that would be, the onus would be on the applicant to demonstrate that to the commission, and the commission would have to make some urban design findings. Then there are a couple areas where no infill will be permitted. Those are in gray. There's a small area here along Water Street, and then there's this, which is open to the sky. And then there's this cantilevered portion of the arcade here, 175 Water Street, which we think serves a good east-west connection that we want to keep open. And in no way could this be filled in unless by a subsequent text amendment. Infill, and this is what the text map would look like. So this will look like this in the zoning text. Infill will extend for the full height, depth, and length of the arcade. The text would permit corner arcades if they're adjacent to Water Street to allow connections if an owner so chooses to keep one. The zoning text would exempt all infill from the definition of floor area. There would be cleanup provisions, as we call it, to allow other building walls to match the location of the new building walls within the arcade. Again, this idea of comprehensive upgrades to a building ground floor. And the goal is that regulations will ensure that no unusable or leftover spaces are created. So here's a basic arcade. Here's the arcade. Here's the building ground floor. Here are your columns. So infill must at a minimum extend for the full length and for the full depth of an arcade. So it must go all the way to this inner column base here. So that's the area in green. After that, there is some flexibility, and you can play between this column face and this column face, whether for architectural expression or for the ability to accommodate flood panels. So this is an example where that would not be permitted unless one of these streets was Water Street, and you can keep a connection. But again, you need to extend for the full length. This would never be permitted. You need to extend all the way out to the column faces, and these little pods, again, would not be permitted by the zoning text. Infill will extend for the full height of an arcade. The idea is, and especially along the street, that we want to maintain the strong street wall character, and only allowing a partial infill will create these little holes that really would just detract from that goal. So all infill will go for the full height of an arcade. Now there are instances where there's a second floor use that will front on the arcade. So infill, again, must still go all the way for the full height of the arcade. This is 175 Water Street, 200 Water Street. But the text would permit an enlargement of that second floor use within the arcade infill. The give back then would be, in return, the owner would then be required to provide at least 2 retail uses on the ground floor. Very simple give back, but again, it would keep with the goal of this strong street wall character. Uses that would be permitted within this infill would be those permitted for retail streets along in Lower Manhattan, so thinking of Broadway, Fulton Street, Nassau Street, those listed in section 9112 for retail streets. There would be no parking, loading, or mechanical equipment permitted in this retail. There would be limits on the lobby frontage, so 40 feet or 25 feet of the 25% of the frontage, except if you're on Water Street, we'll give you an additional allowance for additional presence. There would be transparency requirements. The calculations would be between columns, so you're not penalized if you have very thick columns. That would force you to have glass all the way to the ground and might hinder your ability to employ flood panels. And then there would be some accommodation to deploy the flood panels for a reasonable time before and take them down after a storm as determined by the Department of Buildings. And thinking of flood resilience, so again, the text need not state much about flood resilience or requiring a building to be dry flood-proof because the building code requires full compliance with Appendix G. But we did think about what kind of systems would be employed. The 2 systems that staff really thought was more appropriate or would likely happen here are post and panel system or stackable flood barrier. Post and panel is you would have some posts anchored to the structure, and then some shields would come in between those. Or these kind of long, these kind of big L-shaped little posts would come in, and then these logs would come in, would have a gasket on the bottom. And there are actually 2 examples of this today being deployed on Water Street. 55 Water Street was testing out this system, this kind of log system. So here are these posts, and then each of these logs would be slided in, and you can adjust for the height of the flood waters that are expected there, and then there's a gasket at the bottom. And this is off building right now, but at some point it would anchor to the building. Here at 32 Old Slip, these decorative materials are covering these permanent fixtures that when a storm is coming, they can remove this fixture and then put the flood shield between the 2 columns. As a compensating amenity for infill, upgrade to all plazas on a zoning lot would be required. The proposed zoning text modifies section 3770 to reflect the unique existing conditions of the Water Street plazas and reflects the department's experience in working with applicants to apply the new public plaza standards to existing spaces with a wide range of conditions. The department studied every single plaza and how challenging it may be to be fully compliant with the regulations of 3770. The proposed text amendment is the minimum amount of relief that we believe is necessary for these particular plazas to allow design flexibility, but still ensure the provision of important amenities that guarantee a minimum level of usability. As opposed to the greater accordance requirement for public plaza improvements pursuant to section 37625, plazas that are improved in conjunction with arcade infill will be required to be in full compliance with the provisions of the zoning text. And this will clarify to both building owners and the public what exactly is required as a compensating amenity when an infill is sought by certification or authorization. In addition, there would be some allowance for indoor public spaces or alternative amenities if there's no plaza available for upgrade. So again, here's the area. If you have a plaza, you must upgrade one or all of those plazas. 7 Hanover Square would be given the ability to provide an indoor public space. It would maintain the through block connection here, but it would enclose it, be climate controlled, follow many of the provisions of 3770, and would be a great public amenity in this area. 110 Wall Street and 111 Wall Street, so 100, 110 Wall Street, they have compensating amenities identified in section 91835 in your text, which would allow for the maintenance of that portion of Manhattan Park right in front of their buildings. We think that it's important to identify an amenity that's close to that zoning lot so that they can actually benefit from its improvements or maintenance, and this would be a great financial relief for both the Downtown Alliance and the Parks Department. And then 175 Water Street technically doesn't have a plaza, but there are open areas that are available to upgrade. Those are identified in the text. An example of how these improvements may look, one example here is 1095 6th Avenue. It's a through block arcade right by Bryant Park, which is filled with a lot of, a plentiful amount of seating of many types, fixed with backs, no backs, movable tables and chairs, a lot of trees, a lot of planting, really activates, really engages the pedestrian right within the first 15 feet. Has transparent active uses on both sides, the plaza, and also this building decided to locate its main primary entrance on the plaza to really increase the activity there and to really have eyes on the plaza 24 hours a day. Another example is right here on Water Street, at 200 Water Street, the corner of Water and John Street. There's a very small 1,000 square foot plaza that was upgraded not too long ago, but this just shows that even the smallest plazas could get a really big boost with some very thoughtful design approaches. And then here's a kind of look at how infill may look with plaza improvements. This is One New York Plaza's big, expansive 42,000 square foot plaza right at the Battery. And with infill bringing the activity closer to the plaza and improvements that would try to bring the plaza closer down to the sidewalk would make it much more accessible and then very green and very active and really a good gateway to the rest of the street. At 7 Hanover Square, looking at infill with an indoor public space. So there's this through block connection here, and then here's a dark arcade just next to it. And really having highly transparent glass that signifies that there's something happening here. This would be the indoor space here. Again, the through block connection is maintained, and really active retail frontage. We were fortunate to work with the representatives at 200 Water Street or Rock Rose in trying to test out these regulations. We did the best we could. We thought we were perfect, but 200 Water Street has always been interested in rethinking their plaza and their arcade. So they were a great partner and really tested this real time. And there's a lot of iteration, and we got a lot of really good feedback from them. So this is a walkthrough of what they intend to pursue. This is still a draft, but we expect that, assuming approval of this text amendment, but they would then also seek a chairperson certification for infill. This is their open arcade here, the ground floor here, and then this is their plaza here with some limited seating, kind of jungle gym of artwork, a fenced off water feature that doesn't work, some more artwork here. But it's a really good connector to Water Street and to the seaport, which is just off to Commissioner Ortiz's chair. So the improvements would show infill would extend all the way to the edge of the arcade. This connection would be allowed here, this corner arcade, because this is Water Street, so you can have a cut through, and it really helps maintain existing circulation patterns. And then this is what we're pretty sure is fully compliant with the rules that are established in the text today. So a lot more planting, a lot more trees, drinking fountain, signage, artwork, a mix of fixed and movable chairs with and without backs, but still also allows good circulation through the plaza, both to Water Street, to the seaport, and to these active retail frontages. A look at the plaza today. So there's Dwayne Reade that's tucked behind. Here's this kind of jungle gym I was talking about. Again, this is a double height plaza, arcade, and then what infill may look like, again, bringing the activity closer to the plaza, closer to the street, and a lot more, planting, a lot of seating opportunities at this critical gateway. There's also a small little 500 square foot plaza tucked in the back of the building at John and Pearl Street. It's really empty. There's some tables and chairs, but it's so narrow, 17 by 40-ish feet. And just small improvements, some tables and chairs, some planting to really just kind of screen up and enliven this space. So again, here's how it is today, and just some small but really high-value improvements in this area. The text would also allow events as of right within these plazas and arcades. This would really build off the Downtown Alliance's Game On public programming, where they've activated a number of plazas and open areas along the street in the form of a summer block party, and that's been great. We've learned a lot from that. We've learned a lot from the 2013 text amendments and how events would play out within the plazas. So the text really reflects the flexibility, but some basic considerations for events there. This is some shuffleboard in Gouverneur Lane. Here's 77 Water Street here, 95 Water Street here. The text would also allow public tables and chairs as of right within plazas and arcades. We think this is a nice low-cost but high-value improvement, a way of activating these spaces. And then this is Coinky Slip that was closed off in 2013 with, again, just throwing tables and chairs out there, but they're really very heavily used. And the text would also continue to allow cafes within arcades by chairperson certification, again, a continuation of that 2011 text amendment. In addition, the text would allow the commission to modify all provisions of this zoning text. So if an applicant feels that modifying these design requirements will result in a better urban design relationship, The commission will need to make that finding, and there would be some tweaks that would allow for the length, the depth of infill, transparency, changes to the plaza rules. Everything can be weighed by the commission. Additional plaza change would be allowed by the zoning text. Instead of requiring or allowing to only be in greater accordance, you would have to continue to meet the rules under which you sought an upgrade. If a building received a BSA special permit or variance, and there are 10 of those buildings here, the application would be referred to the Board of Standards and Appeal. For 30 days, they would review the proposal and ensure that this proposal is still consistent and would not be a departure from the findings of that prior approval. In terms of City Planning Commission special permits, there are a couple buildings that did receive special permits: 7 Hanover Square, 32 Old Slip, and 175 Water Street. Those buildings would not be required to modify their special permits. The idea is that these certifications and authorizations would sit on top of those special permits, except that if there is a restricted declaration, they would need to modify the deck to update the drawings that refer to the plazas and arcades. There is some special permits, a special permit at 85 Broad Street, which had a number of landmark considerations and archaeological artifacts that were found in the ground. That was the site of the first City Hall of New York. We think that the uniqueness of the site warrants commission and LPC review, so they would not be able to bypass commission modifications, and they would still need to come back for a full review by, again, LPC and the City Planning Commission. And furthermore, each improvement would have a notice of certification attached to it, similar to what's required for plazas today, just to clarify to building owners what their legal obligations are moving forward in maintaining and providing these amenities. So that's it. So sorry that was kind of long, but there's a lot to cover, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Richard. And just for 4 questions, just in the spirit of full disclosure, I think you know that I was the president of the Alliance Downtown New York, one of the applicants here up until about a decade ago. And prior to my appointment here, 200 Water Street was a client of mine. So just in the spirit of full disclosure, and it's now open to questions, starting with Mr. Cantor.
Richard, good job. Good presentation. There's one thing that it seems to be a conflict, at least in my mind, with the flood control and building out to invite the edge of the flood control, if you will. The panels that are supposed to be, are they going to be permanent panels or removable? No, must they be removable panels? Or can they be fixed panels?
If you had permanent panels, you would run into the issue with transparency.
Right.
So the transparency requirements would, people want to have active, visible retail. They want to be highly transparent. So we would allow some permanent fixtures, but they would be removable.
So now the question would be, it has to be removable in a short period of time and replaceable in a short, well, you got time on your hands afterwards. You don't have time on your hands ahead of time. And you're going to be controlling waters, which presumably would be controlling the lobbies, controlling some of those old glass walls we were just looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone done any studies as to the lead time required to install the panels? I'm not talking about construction first time around. You've got it built, and you've got everything waiting, whether it be down in the basement or elsewhere. You've got all that stuff waiting, and you now get a storm warning, a superstorm warning. To mobilize and do what they have to do is 2 days, 5 days, how long? No worries. Uncle Weatherby says that the day after tomorrow, we're gonna have 7 feet of water. Can we do enough? With the installation, we have to be prepared to be able to place the planks and everything else within that 7 feet of water in the 2 days.
Mhm.
Has any thinking been done in those directions yet? Because, once again, you're now creating more internal space, which is good. And you're creating an area that has to be buffered or dammed, which is dammed.
I haven't I'm not entirely sure how long it takes to install these systems. I imagine they can do them very quickly. But the text does borrow from the flood text provision that allows these temporary flood panels to be within plazas and other open yards and areas for a reasonable time determined by the Department of Buildings. So DOB in those open areas determines when they can put them in and how long after a storm it must come off. We basically borrow that same text in allowing these flood panels in front of the new retail spaces. But I do not know the answer, and we can definitely get back.
The DOB is going to determine when it's a go towards protection, towards actively protecting?
As the zoning text does point to DOB, but I'm not sure what the mechanism is to, whether it's the National Weather Service or other agencies that require those things to go out.
We'll get back to you on exactly how much lead time is necessary and what the process exactly will be. Mr. Cirillo, then.
Thank you, Richard, thank you for that presentation. And I just want to commend the team of applicants for doing everything they can to create a better experience for people in this area of Lower Manhattan and to create a different activation of the space that's there and hopefully incentivize improvements to the public space that exists. A couple of very quick questions, which may be clarifications. Given the fact that, and I'm going by, say, this map, for example, where there are different options for different buildings, did you say that the buildings will be listed in the text with the options available to them, or?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone will know what options they may have in terms of what they
Right.
can possibly apply for.
So this is, it's a little hard to see here, but those areas in Area A, which would be
Right.
under certification, would be in this gray.
Mm-hmm.
Those in Area B,
Okay.
which is authorization, would be this kind of striped hatch pattern. And those in Area C, where no infill can be permitted,
Okay.
would be with this darker gray. And then where it's a little unclear, there are notes, there's an inset to basically just clarify where that dividing line is between A and B or A and C.
Okay, that's great. I think that's very helpful for everyone starting in this process, knowing where their property lands. Did you say that there was, in every infill capable site, there's a plaza that's associated with it? Or do we have a situation where you have infill ability, but there isn't the plaza to improve in return for the infill?
Yes, there are a few instances.
Okay.
The majority of them have one or more plazas to upgrade. Those that don't, so the one that doesn't have those that don't have a plaza, 7 Hanover Square just has an arcade in blue, no plazas, no purple on the zoning lot.
Right.
There is a through-block arcade here, and we intend to maintain that through-block connection. So an option that's available to them is to create an indoor public space
Okay.
under 91.834, I believe. And so it would basically follow the plaza rules. It would be a climate-controlled enclosed space, and that would serve as their compensating amenity. At 175 Water Street, again, there are no bonus pound sign plazas that are available, but there is an open area, back here, that would have to be improved. And then 100 and 110 Wall Street, they would, in section 91.835, they have the option to enter an agreement to maintain Mannahatta Park right in front of their properties. And this is not, it's not parkland, it's within the street right of way, but it's, I believe, maintained by Parks and the Downtown Alliance, and it's been designed by Parks.
So the point of this is that it's been thought out for those that don't have
Yes.
the typical option in terms of what they would have to do. It's clear to them, it will be clear to them if they exercise the option to pursue infill. They know what they would have to do in return to
Yes.
some degree.
Yes,
Okay, great.
to a high degree.
And to a high degree. And then lastly, this is sort of a combined question regarding the use of the public space. And I'm kind of combining the idea of the plazas with respect to cafe use and event use, right? I know they were separated in the presentation, but I'm assuming these are still considered, are they still considered privately owned public plazas? Are they still privately owned? So that, for example, a cafe on private property, if you're inside a building line or on private property, while there may be a process here, it wouldn't be something they'd have to get a license for. Has the event issue, I'm assuming, I know the bid is very active in programming and has done an amazing job there, and obviously we would encourage that continuation into the future. But what's the role the city's event organization plays in using potentially this space, or the private owner? Will that be worked out somewhere so there isn't conflict and there's sort of a long-term planning, as opposed to, who gets to do that is, I guess, my point. And what impact does that process have on the fact that this is a more private space, even though it's used for a public purpose,
Right.
versus being the middle of the street and, you know, a DOT public plaza?
Hopefully I'll remember all your
Yeah, I
questions.
know.
So they are privately owned, but they are required to be open and accessible to the public 24 hours a day. These are mostly, again, 1961 plazas. Rules require they're free and open to the public forever.
Right.
So nothing allows, today, these are not allowed to be closed to the public. If you were to have a cafe within these open areas, you must still seek a chairperson certification pursuant to section 3773, or 9182 or 821 in the new text. But it sets
Yeah, I
sets
think you're
forth
right.
very-
I think you're right on that.
very clear rules about what can go there, how the use can be used. There are requirements for additional public seating. So you must still go through a process through the department to have this private cafe use within these areas. In terms of events, the text is clear to say that events must be free and open to the public and unticketed. Everything must be signed off by a building owner. So I can't walk in and
that's
host
good.
a big event. The city can't just force their way in. So these owners must sign off on everything. The Alliance has been working with all these owners and is in constant communication. And I think the owners welcome the kind of stewardship of the Alliance and basically doing all the work for them, and hosting these events and really
Yes.
taking care of everything. And, these owners, get the benefit of these activated spaces and these fun amenities, especially in the summertime with new lunch options. But the Alliance also gets to really, have a lot of fun down there.
And I agree, and I have no doubt in the way you described that actually adds comfort. You're addressing the concern that I had, even if it was not clear, but I'm glad that the Alliance will have a role to play along with the building owner. My real concern was not whether or not the Alliance could pull that off or a building owner could pull it off. It was the competition with what has become the sort of the city's desire to use these spaces for other purposes, and as important as they may be, but what conflict that creates in the use and the programming over the long term. So you've addressed that concern. I'm glad that was sort of foreseen to some degree.
High-quality organization, that Alliance. Ms. Efron.
Thanks. It's also nice to see Liz Berger's hand in something as it goes forward. Since you referenced the Rubenstein atrium and the elevated acre with regard to enclosed public spaces or POPs, it does bring up the question about whether or not some of the events, as in both of those instances, could be private for pay as opposed to free open to the public. And I'm wondering if that's been contemplated or if these would each individually be negotiated with regard to private for pay events.
What was the first space?
The Rubenstein atrium at Lincoln Center.
Oh, that's way up there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they were referenced in here, which is
right.
why I'm using them as an example. Both of those allow for private for pay events within their otherwise free days. So that's one question. And then sort of part and parcel of that is if in fact any of these spaces are available for private events, they would almost always have restrooms. So in those cases, or I mean ideally in all, but in those cases, would restrooms be available or be a requirement made public as part of these enclosed plazas?
So in the open areas, no private events would be permitted.
Right.
Um,
The enclosed areas is specifically, but
Oh, I see. Well, the only enclosed area would be 7 Hanover Square. It's required to be open. So the only enclosed we've kind of thought through what every owner would likely do. If you have plazas to upgrade, you must upgrade those plazas. We think that, only 7 Hanover Square would seek an indoor public space. Someone like 200 Water Street can never just seek an indoor public space. The text is clear to say if you have any plazas, you must upgrade all those plazas. So we don't really intend for owners to really they might want to go above and beyond and provide an indoor public space, but then they sacrifice any potential retail space. So
I see, so it's just one site that,
reasonably. We pointed to the David Rubenstein atrium because it's a good example of how to design an indoor space, but we weren't pointing to the type of events that go there. The city does require free public events on a weekly basis there, and we intend to see those type of events here, but the text does not allow any private events. I should note that the text does exclude the elevated acre from any applicability of the zoning text. The idea is that under that redesign that took place in, I believe, in 2004, events are permitted today. It does allow for a range of private events and I think 10-ish events, private events a year, and then an unlimited amount of public events a year. So it really kind of works well with this proposed zoning text. And furthermore, the design of that public space, we think really should continue to come back to the commission for review. It was a special permit that created the space. It was a modification that allowed the redesign. We think that it should continue to come back because it's a big, very unique, and very prominent space. So the goal was always no private events.
great. And then on the restrooms, is there contemplation of any public restrooms in the equivalent of a full park of public space?
The text does not require these type of facilities. We would, though, expect that those vendors that do come in, so think of a food market, they probably are licensed by Department of Health, and there might be requirements for providing temporary bathrooms or having access to an indoor restroom. So I think we didn't want to meddle or really put too many layers of bureaucracy or review within the text. So those that are licensed have their requirements and they will be required to meet those. I'm not entirely familiar with all of those, but as far as we've heard, there are requirements for things like that. But we can always check, so we can get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Ortiz, and then Ms. Levin.
Hi. So what keeps owners right now from improving their plazas, absent, the infill of the arcades?
Nothing really prevents an owner from upgrading the plazas, but nothing forces them to do it. So they must do it on their own free will. They'll come in if they so choose. More and more we see owners wanting to do it, but only when they do comprehensive upgrades to a building. Rethinking their building identity, reskinning the building. So this is really kind of having owners really seriously think about the ability to do comprehensive upgrades with this now added benefit of allowing infill by a floor area exemption.
Okay, so does then compliance with the plaza requirements at 3770 ensure, are we comfortable with what those requirements say in terms of what those amenities should be, that we won't end up with, similar under amenitied
We are
spaces?
very confident. We
Okay.
study this way too much. Pretty tired of it, actually.
Okay, no, because I
Yeah.
didn't see that text in here, so. And what, with respect to the compensating amenity, I guess it's a philosophical question, and you guys have thought about this, obviously, but, we've unlocked a tremendous amount of value initially in offering, the FAR bonus. Now we're potentially unlocking a second round of value through very high-value retail space. Is the compensating amenity of an improved plaza, and I understand the compensating amenity that improves the public space in general, right? It's not a dollar value, but I guess the question is around dollar value. Are we adequately capturing a fair share of the value that we've basically given to these property owners, and how?
That's been a very tough thing for us to have to consider throughout this process. in addition, I mean, the text clearly states that the compensating amenity is the plaza upgrades, but also a compensating amenity is this improved retail and these opportunities for these services, for nearby residents and workers. So, in addition to having, the plaza improvements, more seating, drinking fountain, signage, we get these retail opportunities. So we haven't done a, dollar analysis, but, we think that given our experience in seeing the value or the kind of perceived value of these plaza improvements, the goal is, again, we want to attract tenants. And what we've heard from building owners is that, these spaces are dismal and that we want a very lively pedestrian corridor. And there were building owners on that committee in 2010 that called for these improvements. So I think we're kind of responding to what the owners want to see here.
Well, certainly, I'm sure they want to see, an active ground floor retail space, and they want to be leasing high-value space. It is a question that I have. Now we've gone back twice. It essentially feels like double dipping. I mean, I don't know how to get over that feeling of discomfort that I have about it, and making sure that, we as the public sector stewards, are getting what we should get out of this. I absolutely see the value of what you're trying to do here. I think it's really, really critical. Along those lines, you discuss maintenance. What are the maintenance requirements for those who are improving the public spaces? What constitutes maintenance?
In the, and I apologize, 3770 wasn't attached to your briefing packages. Section 3778 spells out those maintenance obligations. You basically must just maintain the space in good working order. You must provide all these amenities 24 hours a day. If anything goes wrong, you must replace it ASAP. It's a legal obligation to provide these things, and if you don't provide something, then that becomes a zoning violation.
And who monitors that?
We often look to the community to be the steward of kind of checking on these spaces.
So there's no formal monitoring?
It's not very formal. The department is often involved in these. In the past, we did inspect a lot of spaces. So today, as we go out, when we see something wrong, we alert DOB. DOB does their inspection and then issue a violation to these building owners. So it's kind of challenging, and we've been getting better and better at it over the years.
I see that as an area that
Yeah.
could potentially use some improvement. And then finally, I love the wonderful renderings. They show a lot of active street space and outdoor dining. My question, what keeps these spaces from becoming banks or drugstores? And I'm treading on Commissioner Cantor's area of interest. This is not my specialty, but, these buildings were not built with ventilation necessary for restaurants in that ground floor area. And to what extent does that prevent these spaces from becoming what we see in those great images, and instead becoming really dry uses that don't enliven the street as we would all like?
Right. So the text is pretty clear to state that as part of your upgrades, no banks are permitted on plazas, 0.
Oh, okay.
So you can't have a bank on a plaza, but you could have a bank on any other street frontage, provided there's no plaza there. Example being at 77 Water Street, you couldn't have a bank fronting on this frontage, but you could have a bank on the Water Street or the Old Slip frontage. And since most of these building frontages are, facing a plaza, I think the opportunities for banks would be very, very limited. And this was something that even the Downtown Alliance wanted to explore. In terms of...
But was there any consideration of applying, bank restrictions as have been done in other rezonings?
I think we still wanted to give people the flexibility of thinking about uses. I think if we had a very strict retail restriction list or permitted list, that the list doesn't evolve, but the market will change over the years. So we wanted so we basically point to the retail street regulations. So the market will change, and if there's demand for some banks, and sometimes it's useful to have an ATM to go grab $20 before you go out. We would allow that to happen in limited instances.
Mm-hmm. Well, the restrictions are for linear links, so you wouldn't have 25 feet or 30 feet of bank frontage.
Well, you would have 0 on a plaza. There would be, again, no restriction on the length, except that you have
No, I
limits
hear you.
on lobby frontage.
And then about the ability to retrofit these spaces for restaurants and eating establishments, did you look into that?
A lot of these plazas are, sort of a lot of these arcades are pretty tall. Most of them are not short, and because there's no height restriction down here, these buildings were able to just push up as high as they can. So a high base means, get your other upper floors higher in the air. So many of these are very tall, and they could accommodate that retail, those vents. If, for whatever reason, though, the text only does not permit mechanical equipment within 15 feet of the curb, but if that does become an issue, someone could come in for an authorization to modify that, to push those vents down. Intake is permitted, but exhaust is not permitted within 15 feet of the curb.
Okay.
And this points to the plaza rules that, that have been studied for quite some time.
Thank you.
Ms. Levin?
I think Larissa really put her finger on the core question here, which is whether by trading away the arcades, we're getting an appropriate compensation. But what it really, I think is a caution to all of us. I asked, this is an illustration of what everyone thought was a brilliant public amenity in 1961, and it's turned out to be actually a pretty bad mistake. And it sort of begs the question, what are we doing today that, 50 years from now, people are going to think is not so hot? There's no answer to that, but it's
Not yet.
things like that sort of do.
You can be sure we're doing some things.
Do make you a little cautious about this stuff, but it does. Larissa has asked all the correct questions. This seems on the road to a good sort of solution to a problem. I'm remembering back to when we did the activity text amendment in, 2013? And we spent a lot of time at the commission talking about what sort of oversight there would be for programming. We permitted it on a temporary basis. There were assurances that there would be a report back about what had worked and what hadn't worked. And there was great concern about centralizing the coordination role, who was going to do that, and it turns out it was the bid. But what did we learn? Is there a report about how the activity over the last 3 years has worked out? Are there lessons? You alluded to lessons learned. What works, what doesn't work? And are we really okay with the idea of sort of diffuse programming in the way that you described? I mean, it'd be nice if the bid stays in control, but I don't see anything in the text that will require that to happen. So as time goes by, does this sort of fray at the edges? And what role is there for the community board in oversight of the programming?
So we did, both EDC and city planning prepared some informal reports and analyses of the events. So the text was approved, I think, late in May, and then EDC kind of scrambled to find someone to be the watchdog or to be the organizer of all these events. Turned out that it was very limited time from when the text was approved to when someone could start, planning these events. So the result was really a lot of promotional events, which we didn't really like. They were very small in scale. They weren't very cultural. They weren't very, community oriented. There were some really fun things that happened, and just a lot of games, a lot of some food markets, but not a lot of them. But what it did do is it did create a lot of buzz, and we thought it was important to, especially at that time when we were trying to get people back onto the street after, many of these buildings being vacant for so long. I could try to package these informal reports into something that's digestible for you. But basically, a lot of buzz, a lot of promotions. We didn't like the promotions. But we also thought that, I think this summer, hopefully, the Alliance has their programming ready to go so they can implement it right away. You're right that nothing does bind anyone to be a watchdog or, a coordinator of these events. But we have the confidence that the bid will be involved for a long time. Again, we want to give flexibility and let people kind of, we'll set the groundwork, the framework, and then, follow these very important guidelines, and still ensuring public use. And let's see how these things play out. There was a reporting required to the Street Activity Permit Office in the prior text. That was something that really just didn't work. It didn't really make sense to have a city agency be involved in what happens on private property. SAPO really only, is involved in the planning of events in the public right of way. And these events just were never big enough, and I don't think they'll ever be planned to be really, really big to spill out into the street. So we felt it was very appropriate to remove the SAPO reporting. This still doesn't, stop, certain services from coming in to make sure things are okay. Owners can call in and get their own security if things get out of hand. Call the police, call the fire department. I'm sure they're on everyone's speed dial.
Yeah.
So I think, we'll continue to monitor, and, I think, the community board, or the Downtown Alliance is a good part, a good neighbor with the community board, and they always have an open conversation, and I hope that during this, there would be an open conversation between the community board and the Alliance in how to think about what these future events will look like. And I think we'll see that, or hear that during the public hearing.
So more to come. Thank you.
Ms. Efron.
Sorry to take up a second question, but it occurs to me as you were going through the conversions from office building to residential, that the ultimate users of a residential building, particularly a condo, might actually speak to Commissioner Levin's question about it being too diffuse. I'm not sure there's a long history of residential condo buildings wanting programming in public spaces, and I can think of an example in London that is quite the opposite, where in fact one side was commercial and one side was residential, conversion to high-end condos or apartments, owner apartments in that case, and it was a huge dispute about what would happen in the plaza in the middle. And I'm wondering if there's been any conversation in the department about whether the uses, I could see why a residential development would very much want retail in the arcades, because it would offset their common charges. But is there a way to actually think through the possibilities of this being mostly residential and how that would actually affect the mix that you're really trying to get with the public spaces?
I think this is really geared towards concerns that many building owners have, in trying to, again, get these leases to re-sign. Again, 6 million square feet to be coming online by 2030. Yes, the text is not going to affect the market, and the market will do whatever it wants to do down here. But I think there is an effort to really keep this a mostly commercial district, and we think that these improvements are really geared mostly towards these office users that, really seek these high-quality public spaces in urban settings. Now, we also want these to be used by nearby residents, but most of those residents are really the core. These buildings are very big. The floor plates are huge, and I think they're not very conducive to residential use, even under Section 1520. If you can find a way to carve out the core, and I think it'd be a very expensive operation to really carve out the cores of these big buildings. But it's some of the smaller buildings that have really thought about conversion, but again, most of these are so huge. 55 Water Street's not going anywhere. So we don't really see a lot of that change. But
Exception, not the rule, is that really what you're saying?
Well, let me just add to what Richard said. I know this stretch of Water Street extremely, extremely well, and its function, which is essentially to retain this as an important, fundamentally back office district, and that's what it was initially designed to do, and it had its design challenges when this was first established in the 1960s, to be sure, and we're learning a lot of lessons from that. But the challenge is, given that the commercial market and the Class A commercial market is particularly strong and highly competitive west of Broadway, how important it is to preserve this as a back office district east of Broadway, and make not only the environment attractive to commercial tenants, but if it's to be a back office district, make the rents competitive as well, which means that there really does have to be a offsetting value to building owners so that those rents can stay competitive and be an environment that is attractive to commercial users. And I know for the Downtown Alliance and presumably for EDC and for the city, those are very important goals. And just to underscore one thing that Richard said is that the Downtown Alliance is particularly had a very strong partnership with Community Board One. It's extremely rare that they see things differently. And I think both entities feel a strong need to preserve this as a commercial district, which is not to say that there won't be from time to time residential conversions here, but the goal is really to keep this as an important commercial back office stretch, I think. Mr. Cantor.
I would appreciate if you don't laugh at my question. Could it be possible for adjacent owners of the street intervening to create some below-grade agreements or agreements or come on. Yeah. I'll tell you why I'm asking. You look at this area over here, all of which presumably, not presumably, probably is subject to flood at some time. And we're in a wall in the Wall Street district, which was protecting the community inside of it. It's probably too long and skinny to make a wall similar to that as a streetscape to allow them to put themselves together in an alliance, if you will. But suppose the three owners on that southern portion.
These three?
Southeast.
That's right.
Southwest. The bottom.
Right here?
Three
That's
sets
it.
of
He's
buildings
got
on the bottom.
These three?
Got it, right.
Yeah. Suppose they were to get together and try and do one foundation that would service all three buildings. Because when you look at all these buildings over there and you start thinking about surrounding walls around all of them, I would argue that it's gonna be cheaper if these guys could get together and build an enclave, if you will, of a number of buildings that would be water resistant. Now, that, of course, opens up probably 3 new special agencies to do it, but, well, that's all.
We should refer back to this SEER report and their recommendations for addressing floods in this area, which is not only sandy, but prior to Sandy, very flood prone.
And I
Thank
believe,
you all for not laughing.
What?
I believe the city did receive funds. I think it was announced today that the city did receive funds to study a permanent flood barrier or something
Right.
down here. So I think,
Right.
This would be a fair.
but these improvements would allow owners to make those improvements now, today.
Okay, so any other questions about this? This will be referred out to the community board and the borough president for 60 days, and we'll see, I'm sorry? We just, no, just a referral out. So we will see how they embrace this, if they embrace this.
Thank you.
It'll be back. Thank you, Richard. That was a
Thank you,
really
Yes.
thorough presentation. Thank you very much, really, very well done.
Okay, so Commissioners, we have several more items on the agenda today. We're moving from Lower Manhattan to Upper Manhattan, proposed zoning map and zoning text amendments to establish an R9 C24 district and map a mandatory inclusionary housing designated area to facilitate a mixed-use building with affordable housing. And our presenter is Edwin Marshall. We're on item number 3, page 117.
The scenic landmark, is it outside the park or inside the park? It's a scenic landmark, is it outside the park or inside the park that it's a scenic landmark? Sorry.
No, I don't feel bad, because he doesn't.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod. The applicant seeks approval of a zoning map and zoning text amendment to facilitate the construction of a new 23-story, 335-unit mixed-use building at 4650 Broadway. The project site is located within Washington Heights, within Manhattan Community District 12. The proposed zoning map amendment would rezone the project site from R72 with a partial commercial overlay to an R9 with a C24 overlay. The proposed C24 commercial overlay would be mapped to include the entire project site. The proposed zoning text amendment would map the proposed rezoning area as a mandatory inclusionary housing designated area. As proposed, the proposed project would have 30% of the total residential floor area to remain permanently affordable to residents. 4650 Broadway is located at the northeast corner of Broadway and Sherman Avenue. This is the site right here. This is a photograph of the existing built condition. The project site comprises a two-story commercial building that was built in 1928 as a Packard automobile dealership. The building currently operates as a commercial parking garage and a U-Haul truck rental facility. The zoning lot has 47,000 square feet of lot area, and the building has about 135,000 square feet of floor area, which is about 2.88 FAR. The site's current zoning allows a maximum floor area of about 308,000 square feet, and that's with a 6.5 community facility FAR use placed on the site. Now, the surrounding neighborhood is basically residential in character. It's comprised of 5- and 6-story multifamily buildings. These are high lot coverage buildings that were built in the 1920s and 1930s. The site is abutted by a 6-story building located here on Sherman Avenue, as well as another multifamily building located here along Broadway. Directly across the street, we have Fort Tryon Park, which is a 67-acre city map park. It's also designated as a New York City scenic landmark. Within the park, we have the Cloisters, which is located right here. The Cloisters are a branch of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It is also a New York City designated landmark, and it's also listed on the United States list of historic places. The project site is well served by public transportation. We have buses which traverse along Broadway as well as along Dyckman Street. Access by subway is provided by the A train at Dyckman Street here on Broadway. And the site is also a few short steps away from the Broadway stop on the number 1 line, or Dyckman Street stop on the number 1 line. Now, the surrounding site is an R72 zoning district. This is the site right here. This is Sherman Avenue. This is Broadway. This is R72. R72 districts, as the Commission is aware, is a medium-density district which allows residential uses up to 3.44 FAR and up to 4 FAR with a quality housing option. It also allows buildings from 14 to 16 stories that are set back from the street with low lot coverage. Also, community facility uses are allowed in R7 districts up to 6.5 FAR. The project site also has a C24 commercial overlay mapped along its southern portion, along Sherman Avenue, mapped to a depth of 100 feet. C24 overlays allow commercial uses, retail uses up to 2 FAR. However, in mixed residential and commercial buildings, retail uses are limited to the ground floor. Now, in terms of the proposed project, the proposed project would develop a 335-unit mixed-use, mixed-income building within the proposed R9 district. The project would develop about 375 square feet of floor area. Residential use would comprise about 335,000 square feet, Commercial use would be approximately 25,000 square feet, and community facility use would be about 15,000 square feet. In sum, the proposed project would be built to 7.9 FAR. The building would rise to 23 stories, which is approximately 240 feet, and would be massed with a tower on base configuration, which is required on wide streets within the R9 districts, which is proposed to be mapped on the project site. The building's base would have 5 residential stories, above which an 18-story residential tower would be placed. This is the building in section. To orient the commission, this is Broadway, this is Sherman Avenue, this is the massing diagram of the building, this is the section drawing. You can see the 5 residential floors that comprise the base. The base would rise to a height of 60 feet, set back 10 feet, and then rise to a height of 240 feet. There'd be 18 residential stories placed on top of a 5-story residential base. On the ground floor, there would be a commercial use, local retail, with community facility use. The cellar would have 159 parking spaces, and also there would be a residential lobby on the ground floor as well. Now, this project with 335 units would be the first mixed-income project with a significant size to be developed in Washington Heights in a fairly long time. To further expand affordable housing opportunity for area residents, the applicant has requested that 30% affordable option under the proposed mandatory inclusionary housing program, which is currently under public review. Under the 30% option, 30% of the residential floor area proposed for this project would be made permanently affordable and available to families making an average of 80% of AMI, or approximately $62,000 a year for a family of 3. This project with the 30% option available under the MIH proposal would provide much-needed affordable housing for the residents of Washington Heights and Inwood. Now, in terms of the requested actions, the requested action, 2 of them, one is the rezoning from R72 to R9. This image shows the existing zoning, and this image shows the proposed zoning. The requested action would rezone the project site from R72 with a partial C24 commercial overlay to an R9 with a full C24 commercial overlay. R9 zoning districts are high-density residential districts that permit residential development up to 7.52 FAR and community facility uses up to 10 FAR. On wide streets such as Broadway and Sherman Avenue, this is Broadway and this is Sherman Avenue, the building must have a contextual street wall of 60 to 85 feet with a tower on base configuration or building form. The height of the tower is controlled by minimum lot coverage requirement, and at least 55% of the building's bulk on the zoning lot must be below a height of 150 feet. Now, under the existing R72 zoning, an as-of-right building could be developed having about 306,000 square feet of floor area, 135,000 square feet of residential space, which is about 144 residential units, 23,000 square feet of ground floor retail space, and about 145,000 square feet of community facility space, and that's if the building is built at 6.5 FAR. This action would facilitate the development of about 340,000 square feet of residential space, again, 335 units, 15,000 square feet of community facility space, and 25,000 square feet of ground floor retail space. This building would have a 60-foot base, above which the 18-story tower would be placed. Because the commercial overlay only covers a portion of the site, the applicant seeks approval of a rezoning to extend the entire C24 commercial overlay across the entire site. That will enable them to develop the entire ground floor for commercial use. And lastly, there's a zoning text amendment which the applicant is seeking approval of. The text amendment proposes to include the rezoning area as a mandatory inclusionary housing designated area. The requested zoning text amendment would map the entire rezoning area as a mandatory inclusionary housing area. As proposed, as I've stated previously, the bill program would have 30% of the total residential floor area to remain permanently affordable for area residents. This is a rendering of what the building is supposed to look like. Orient the Commission. This is for Tryon Park. This is Broadway. This is Sherman Avenue. This is the 60-foot base with 5 residential stories here with ground floor retail and 18 stories, 18 additional residential stories being placed atop the base. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Edwin. Questions? We will start with Ms. Levin and Ms. Delus.
So Edwin, what is the planning rationale from transforming this site to a medium-density zoning designation consistent with everything shown on the zoning map to a high-density designation, essentially doubling the FAR when its context is something entirely different? And, you know, this also illustrates to us the effect of MIH, because not only are you jumping from an R7 to an R9, but it's an R9 with MIH, which is, we all have to get used to the fact, is bigger than the R9 that we used to know about. So why does this, what's the land use rationale for this extreme change in scale?
The land use rationale is that the proposed R9 district enables the applicant to achieve their overall development objective, namely to maximize on the amount of affordable housing that can be built here. As you know, this neighborhood did not go through the same cycle of disinvestment and abandonment that Central Harlem and East Harlem did. So you really do not have a universe of vacant sites upon which to build. This is one of the few sites where you do have a 2-story commercial building on a fairly large zoning lot, which is 47,000 square feet. So in terms of height and scale, it is fairly tall. However, the density that's provided under the R9 enables the applicant to provide as much affordable housing as they possibly can. And that's also an ongoing conversation. I mean, the 30% option is sort of like a floor upon which they're going to sort of work with elected officials and the community board and the commission as it goes through the public review process. One other thing, although this neighborhood is a low-rise building, low-rise neighborhood, and it's zoned for medium-density residential, it's a fairly dense neighborhood. These are high lot coverage buildings. You know, they're 5 and 6 stories tall. Some may be slightly taller, but we're looking at buildings that are 5 FAR, 6 FAR. Almost double what is allowed under the R72 for residential density. It's a test case for a neighborhood not necessarily having to have a lot of tall buildings in order to be dense.
Right.
You know, so again, it's the affordability element that's driving the land use rationale.
Okay, well, so this picks up a bit on the conversation that we had at the review session about the trade-offs between neighborhood contextual issues and the maximization of affordable housing. And it's clear that we're in an environment where property owners and the mayor's office is determined to get as much affordability as possible. And I think we're charged as planners with understanding whether the other issues that we have to pay attention to, neighborhood, the context, and so forth, are worth the compromise to achieve that goal. It'll be, you know, and I think we have to be mindful here that this is just a flat-out rezoning. So we have no assurances that that's the building that will get built, and we have no control over it. And this zoning would allow a community facility with a 10 FAR, which would make it even bigger, although I suppose community facility use at that location is a little unlikely. But we have to have that in our minds as a possibility. Be very interesting to see what happens to this one as it goes through the public process. But I think you gave the best possible answer for the applicant's rationale.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Delus.
I think Commissioner Levin hit all the high points. I guess the question I have is, if that's the rationale, I'm wondering if the applicant considered making it 100% affordable building under the current zoning.
The current zoning, again, the FAR is very, very low. You know, a 100% affordable building would require a significant amount of subsidy at that density, because we're talking about 3.44 FAR density here.
I understand.
You know, so, you know, it's interestingly enough, you know, the local council member is supportive. He doesn't seem to be concerned about building height as related to us. He's more concerned about affordability. And if there's a building of a particular form or bulk that would increase, more affordability in the neighborhood, more affordable units, he's supportive of that.
And so at this point, it says just this zoning lot that's being considered. I mean, at what point would questions of potential spot rezoning be raised?
Well, this is a very large zoning lot. This zoning lot is more than 47,000 square feet. It's more than an acre. So we have rezoned zoning lots of this size. I wouldn't think of it as a spot zoning. And also, since he's providing affordable units under the MIH program, one could argue that this is part of a larger citywide initiative to provide affordable units.
I understand that.
Facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Efron?
The fact that it's a scenic landmark, is there any thought to absolute height or any risk in the final design of there being a shadow on the park?
We, as part of the environmental review, LPC fully vetted this proposal. And one of the concerns was the visual impact of this building on the cloisters. Two things. One, the cloisters, as you probably know, is at a much higher elevation than Broadway here. There's probably, this is the site here, this is the cloisters here, this is at least more than 100, maybe 150 feet up in height from this part of Broadway here. If you're standing here looking up, when the tree canopy is in full bloom, you can't see the cloisters like in the summer or in the spring. Perhaps in the winter, you might be able to see, maybe small pieces of it, but you really can't see it from there, the way this zoning lot is positioned in relation to the cloisters. OPC and Parks was concerned about this building, the height and the effect on the cloisters and the view shed. Ultimately, they found that they did raise some issues, but they found that this particular project didn't raise a significant issue in terms of the view shed or deleteriously affecting the view of the cloisters from anywhere along Broadway near the project site.
Those are two different things, though, aren't they? I mean, the cloisters is a landmark, but the park itself is a scenic landmark.
Correct.
So LPC has had an opinion, or hasn't raised a negative opinion on either of those?
Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of the shadows, there are some shadows, but the shadows are taken 4 times during the year. They're taken like in March and June, September, and December. And most of the shadows, when you look at the EAS, most of the shadows fall here, They don't reach the cloisters anytime during the year.
Ms. Della Houston, Mr. Cantor.
Edwin, just to follow up, just on the developer chose the 30% at 80% of AMI. Do we have information, I'm sure we do, about the AMI levels that exist in the neighborhood now and the rent levels? That'd be helpful when it comes back as part of, I think in general, as we move through the process now with MIH, that'd be helpful to include in all reports.
Right, and just let me say, which is, I think you all know, that the ultimate choice of which option is ultimately the commission's and in the final analysis, the city council. So we have to make our own assessment here ourselves and recommendation regarding which of the options makes the most sense. Mr. Cantor.
Yeah,
And then
thank
Mr.
you.
Dwight.
Edwin, what's the frontage for the low-rise building on each block?
5, 6 stories.
No, the boomerang. No, how long is each wing that we're looking at of that boomerang?
More than 100.
Is that 300 feet?
Should be smaller.
150 feet?
It's only 47,000.
On Sherman, it's 207, I think, and Broadway is 190, if I'm looking at the flag correctly.
That would be more than
So it's 1 city
47,000.
block to 1.5 city block.
Yeah.
For the first 5 floors, and thereafter it steps back somewhat.
Yeah. Just to answer your question, Commissioner Cantor, this is 290, 207 feet, 207 feet.
207.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
And this-
207 or
This is 207, and this is 190.
Okay. Full city block. And what's the so-called expected occupancy on the lower floor, on the street floor?
Retail, the tenants have not yet been selected, but it's basically local retail.
Mr. Dweck?
Just a comment and a question. So, with the microphone, a comment and a question. The comment would be that I would imagine the neighbors would be coming up for a rezoning, coming into us, and obviously it will be in context at the time if this passes. My question is, we're talking about this being approved under the MIH program, and obviously MIH hasn't passed yet. What happens if there's some modifications to the city council, or if or doesn't pass the commission, or if the city council turns it down, or what happens to this application, and how does it affect it?
We would want for them to use the voluntary inclusionary program, because what we're doing with all housing projects now, as part of the environmental review, they look at the MIH as the proposed action, and then as I think it's a supplemental review or like a fallback review, they look at the voluntary inclusionary.
But the voluntary inclusionary is not enforceable by us.
That is correct. I mean, it's an incentive program, not a, but I think, I'm just trying to think, by the time this comes back to us, we will have to be very clear about where MIH is, so we can assess it at that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this? Not certified.
Thanks, Edwin. Let's now move to item number 4.
Wing on its way to the public approval process.
Item number 4, page 131, proposed notice of intent to acquire office space for the Department of Youth and Community Development. We have a pre-hearing item. Actually, the next 2 items are Manhattan pre-hearing items. I'd like to introduce Bob Tuttle, who's making his very first presentation before the commission. We're on item number 4, page 131.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod, Commissioners. It's good to be here. This is an application by the Department of Citywide Administrative Services in partnership with the Department of Youth and Community Development to acquire approximately 41,000 square feet on the 17th and 18th floors of an existing 26-story office tower, shown here on the left. This is located at 123 William Street in Lower Manhattan within Community District 1. The requested action will facilitate the relocation of youth and community development offices from 161 William Street, shown here in blue, to 123 William Street in red. This relocation is needed due to growth the agency has undergone in its comprehensive after-school system initiative, commonly referred to as COMPASS. Originally launched in September of 2005, COMPASS provided a mix of academic, recreational, and cultural activities for young people after school, on holidays, and during the summer. Programs are located at schools, community centers, settlement houses, religious institutions, cultural organizations, public housing, and parks recreational facilities. COMPASS offers over 75% of its services in high-need neighborhoods identified by target zip codes comprised of the following factors: youth in poverty, English language learners, and youth in state-subsidized childcare. In 2014, DYCD received increased funding to expand the mayoral Universal After-School Middle School Initiative, a component of COMPASS. This funding allowed the agency to expand from approximately 400 to 520 staff members. The growth in personnel required an expansion of office space, and DCAS entered a license agreement for space at 123 William Street. Youth and Community Development currently has office space at 3 locations in Lower Manhattan: 80,000 square feet in a city-owned building at 2 Lafayette Street, 20,000 square feet in leased space at 161 William Street, and 41,000 square feet in licensed space at 123 William Street. The proposed office site, centered here on the map, is located within Lower Manhattan's financial district. The surrounding area's built form is characterized by mixed use and commercial buildings, ranging in height from 2 to 44 stories. The site is within a C64 zoning district. The surrounding area is served by multiple subway lines that converge at Fulton Center, shown here in the pink, including the 2, 3, 4, 5, AC, JZ, and R trains. Bus service is available via the M5. The proposed office space at 123 William Street will accommodate approximately 120 staff members in modern office facilities that include private and non-private offices, conference rooms, and filing space. DYCD currently occupies this space. However, a portion of the 18th floor cannot be utilized for staff workstations due to the configuration of the space by the previous tenant. This space cannot be reconfigured under the current license agreement, but could be reconfigured under a long-term lease agreement, which is the subject of this application. The build-out of the remaining portion of the 18th floor will facilitate the consolidation of DYCD operations from 161 William Street to 123 William Street. Like 161 William Street, 123 William Street is within close proximity to the DYCD offices located at 2 Lafayette Street. DYCD would vacate the leased space at 161 William Street after the consolidation, and DCAS is presently looking for a backfill candidate for that space. Other tenants in the building include Human Resources Administration, per CPC approval in 2014. In order to facilitate the proposed project, the applicant seeks approval of a notice of intent to acquire office space pursuant to Section 195 of the New York City Charter for use of the property located at 123 William Street. The requested action would facilitate the relocation of the Department of Youth and Community Development offices from its current location at 161 William Street to the aforementioned property. At the public hearing tomorrow, members of the applicant team will be here to answer any programmatic questions.
Any questions for Bob? Good job. Hearing none. Public hearing tomorrow. Thank you, Bob.
Bob also has the next item. We're on item number 5, page 141, proposed notice of intent to acquire office space for the Department of Finance at 375 Pearl Street.
This is an application also by the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, and this one is in partnership with the Department of Finance to acquire approximately 175,000 square feet on the 26th through 30th floors of an existing 32-story tower, shown here and commonly referred to as the Verizon Building, which is located at 375 Pearl Street within Community District 1. The requested action will facilitate the relocation of Department of Finance offices that is necessary due to an expansion of the Brooklyn court system. Over the next 5 years, this expansion, which was approved by the Commission in September of last year, includes the relocation of Brooklyn's Housing, Civil, and Small Claims Court from 141 Livingston Street to 210 Girolamo Street. And this is 210 right here. Some agencies currently housed at 210 Girolamo Street will relocate to nearby 345 Adams Street, shown here. Due to the relocation of these government offices, the Department of Finance needs to vacate its offices in these locations. The proposed office site is located within Manhattan's Two Bridges neighborhood. The surrounding area's built form is characterized by multifamily residential and mixed-use buildings. Adjacent to the site is the Murray Bergstrom High School for Business Careers, shown here in the blue. To the south is Brooklyn Bridge. To the north is One Police Plaza and a large residential elevator building. And to the east is Tower in the Park multifamily residence, shown over here in orange. The site is within a C64 zoning district. The surrounding area is served by multiple bus routes, including the M9, M15, M22, and M103. Northwest of the surrounding area is access is available to subway lines 456 and JZ at the Brooklyn Bridge City Hall station, with an exit near the municipal building. The proposed office space at 375 Pearl Street will accommodate approximately 650 staff members in modern office facilities that include private and non-private offices, conference rooms, training rooms, reception areas, locker rooms, and pantries. The office space is currently vacant and will require moderate upgrades. The facility will be fully handicapped accessible. The site will allow the agency's primary business functions to be in close proximity to DOF's executive offices located at the David R. Dinkins Municipal Building, as well as DOF offices at 253 Broadway and 66 John Street. Other tenants in the building include New York Police Department's Federal Monitor and Inspector General, per CPC approval last year. In order to facilitate the proposed project, the applicant seeks approval of a notice of intent to acquire office space pursuant to Section 195 of the New York City Charter for use of the property located at 375 Pearl Street. The requested action would facilitate the relocation of the Department of Finance offices from their current locations at 210 Girolamo Street and 345 Adams Street to the aforementioned property. At the public hearing tomorrow, members of the applicant team will be here to answer any programmatic questions.
Okay, this is, I think, the final round in the game of musical chairs. It started with the need to relocate the housing court. And I think all of you are familiar with this building. Questions?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Aren't they gonna have to punch windows through this whole building? We're talking about the Verizon building?
Yeah.
Yes.
There are little windows.
Yeah.
No.
Never stopped a city agency before.
There are-
People work in a building with no windows.
They're not just, there just aren't windows on all sides, but they're,
That's what I mean. I know that, but what I'm getting at is.
I think we'll hear from the applicant tomorrow. Any other questions to Bob on this?
I would just say that knowing the existing facilities, finance is the big winner in this application.
Even absent windows.
Even absent windows.
Well, all right. We'll hear from the applicant tomorrow. Any other questions for Bob? Okay, thank you, Bob.
All right, thank you all.
We're now moving to item number 6, page 152, proposed notice of intent to acquire office space for the Human Resources Administration. This is a Bronx pre-hearing application. We're on page 152. Our presenter is Manny Lagares of the Bronx office.
Good afternoon. DCAS and HRA are proposing to acquire property at 2500 Halsey Street in the Bronx for office space for HRA. HRA currently has offices at 260 11th Avenue in Manhattan. They actually have a lease which expires in 2021 with 2 options to renew for an additional 10 years. The groups that will be relocated from 260 11th Avenue in Manhattan are from the Medical Assistance Program. This program basically determines eligibility for public health insurance. And the 2 groups there is the Office of Mail Renewal, which processes renewal applications by mail, and also the hotline, which is a telephone center to answer questions regarding Medicaid programs. Both these groups contain a total of 481 staff. Now, they're relocating to the borough of the Bronx, 2500 Halsey Street, which, as you can see on the drawing here, is this huge lot, which is in red. They have a 1-story building where they're going to be moving into that contains approximately 155,000 square feet of floor area. Also, there is an accessory parking area for 225 spaces. HRA will be allocated approximately 150 spaces for their staff. Now, the site is within the Zariga Industrial Business Zone. It's within an M12 zone, which, as you know, allows light manufacturing uses. And just to the north, you have an M3 zone, which is basically to the north and east of the site. Also, on the same block, there is a restaurant right over here with parking, their own parking spaces. In the building that right now you have the Affinity Health Insurance, which are going to be moving out, and HRA is moving in to occupy approximately 7,000 square feet of floor area. The other half of the building is vacant, and DCAS and HRA have informed me that they're working out a way to get the taxi and limousine commission to move into that area. Now, the site has excellent access to transportation. Within a 4-minute walk, you have the Westchester Square East Tremont Station, with the number 6 line. And just below it, you have several bus lines. I've listed it in the briefing. I would say approximately 6 bus lines. And I just want to make sure that you know that both groups, there will be no face-to-face contact with the public. it'll be either by mail or by telephone. Are there any questions?
Questions for Manny? Ms. Efron?
Of the 155,000 square feet, how much of it is the call center?
The breakdown for the call center, I don't know, but I can get that information for you.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out whether it's space that's readily available for manufacturing use, or if it's really specific to the type of use that HRA is moving in. So if it's a small portion of the space, that would have a different
Okay,
response from me than
okay,
if it were a large part.
okay, thank you.
And again, DCAS, this is a public hearing tomorrow, DCAS will
Oh,
be here.
right.
so-
Oh, yeah, they'll be here tomorrow,
Right.
yes.
Any other questions for Manny? Thank you, Manny.
Okay, you're welcome.
Let's now move to item number 7, page 160, proposed notice of intent to acquire office space for the law department. Introducing Anand Amin, who's making a presentation. He's the project planner from the Brooklyn office.
So, 1 Pierpont Plaza, Law Department. This is a notice of intent by DCAS to acquire 30,000 square feet of office space on behalf of the New York City Law Department. This notice is for use of property located at 1 Pierpont Plaza, downtown Brooklyn, Community District 2. 1 Pierpont Plaza is a 19-story, approximately 600,000 square foot office building bounded by Cadden Plaza West, Pierpont Street, Clinton Street, located just west of the Korean War Veterans Park Plaza and just south of Brooklyn Public Library at Brooklyn Heights. The proposed site is located within the special downtown Brooklyn district. The area's densities and uses are consistent with their location within Brooklyn's central business district, and generally consists of 10 to 12 FAR buildings and a mix of high-density commercial, residential, and community facility developments. The building's existing tenants include Morgan Stanley, Mount Sinai Medical Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign headquarters, and the Office of Court Administration, which occupies the 14th floor as per a 2008 CPC approved acquisition. The site is also extremely well served by transit with proximity to 8 subway lines, including the 2, 3, 4, 5, and N and R stations within a couple of blocks, as well as multiple bus routes running along Cadden Plaza West and Adams Street. The Law Department is requesting an acquisition to expand the Family Court Division by approximately 30,000 square feet to the entire 8th floor of 1 Pierpont Plaza. The Family Court Division is expanding to accommodate an increase in caseloads that's expected from the pending Raise the Age state legislation. This state legislation is proposing to increase the automatic adult criminal responsibility from age 16 to age 18 by 2018. Under this new legislation, most misdemeanor cases involving teens would be moved to family court, and more effort would be put into helping younger offenders reintegrate into society after prison. Raise the Age, if approved, would add 16 and 17-year-olds to the Family Court Division's juvenile delinquency practice, substantially increasing the division's caseload. Currently, the Family Court Division is located at 350 J Street and 330 J Street. The Tort and Workers' Compensation Division is located at 350 J Street in a private building on the 8th and 9th floors and cannot accommodate any additional staff. The rest of the Family Court Divisions are located at 330 J Street, which was constructed in 2002 to house both the New York Supreme Court criminal term and the Family Court across 24 floors, approximately 780 square feet. There's no available space to expand at 330 J Street. The Law Department has stated that 1 Pierpont Plaza is an ideal office space due to sufficient space and close proximity to the Family Courthouse at 330 J Street. Additionally, the Law Department has stated the close proximity is important since it increases the likelihood to secure victims and witnesses for hearings, interviews, and emergency appearances, provides quick access to juvenile justice stakeholders, and decreases the cost of moving. The Law Department has stated the new offices would be open during normal business hours and would be outfitted with a reception area capable of seating 40 people, 6 conference rooms suitable for dispositions, 3 large conference rooms for a variety of internal meetings, a computer room, a file room, and a pantry. Additionally, the lease would have 5 off-street parking spaces. The expanded facilities would employ 90 family court staff, including 12 attorney managers, 39 attorneys, and 39 support staff. Pursuant of Section 195 of the city charter, DCAS must file a notice of intent to acquire office space with the Department of City Planning. Additionally, the community board has waived their opportunity to comment, but provided a request that an officer be posted for exterior patrol and alleviate double parking in front of the building. We expect the law department to address this matter at the public hearing tomorrow.
Questions? Ms. Deluz?
Less a question and more, this is demonstrating quite a bit of foresight, considering the legislation hasn't even been passed. And so I think that, I guess, just points to how hard it is to get appropriate space in the area. So I guess we're pretty confident the legislation's going to pass.
That's, yeah. From what I know,
I mean, I support it personally, but.
Well, there's a guarantee that it's going to.
For sure, that'll tip it.
That's it.
That'll
I
tip
mean,
it over.
what more do we have to hear?
It's just a notice of intent.
That's all. It's really.
Any other questions? Public hearing tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Let's now move to item number 8, page 173, also a Brooklyn pre-hearing item with respect to the proposed acquisition of property for continued use as a daycare center, the Friends of Crown Heights 26 Daycare Center. Brooklyn pre-hearing item. There you are. Sir Reade Plotkin is our project planner. Item number 8, page 173.
Good afternoon. The Administration for Children's Services and the Department of Citywide Administrative Services are seeking acquisition of an existing building to facilitate the continued operation of a child care center in Brownsville, Brooklyn, Community District 16. The current lease expired on January 6, 2014, and the applicant is requesting approval to renew the lease for a 5-year term. There is no scope of work for repairs for this property, and it is considered an as-is transaction by DCAS. The site was a subject of a previous acquisition approved by the Commission in December 1991. The proposed action would allow for a new lease to be negotiated for the continued use of the property as a child care center. The project site is located at 20 Sutter Avenue at the intersection of Ralph Avenue. It's located in an R6 zoning district with a C13 commercial overlay. The C13 overlay runs east of the project site along Sutter Avenue. To the west of the project site is a C82 district that runs along East 98th Street. The surrounding land uses include 1- and 2-family buildings and multifamily residential buildings. Mixed-use buildings are located along Rutland Road and Sutter Avenue. Commercial buildings are located along East 98th Street. Public facilities in the nearby area include the Brooklyn Ascend Middle School, as well as the Brownsville Academy High School. The site is accessible by public transit with the number 3 subway line running elevated along East 98th Street. It has an entrance along at Rutland Road, 1 block west of the project site. Several bus routes are also in the area, including the B12, B14, B15, and B46. Lincoln Terrace Park is just northwest of the project site. And PS 189 is a large elementary school west of the project site. The facility is a 2-story building with a basement, first floor, small second floor with a staff lounge, and a roof play area. The child care center occupies approximately 11,000 square feet of interior space and 3,000 square feet of outside play area, altogether 14,000 square feet. The first floor contains 4 preschool classrooms, and the basement contains 2 after-school classrooms and a multi-purpose room. The site has been occupied by a child care center since the early 1970s. Currently, the Friends of Crown Heights 26 serves up to 74 preschoolers and 60 school-age children. Preschoolers may attend the program full-time from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. The after-school program runs 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. The center provides meal service, supervised playtime, and educational services. The basics program staff consists of 24 professional, paraprofessional, and support staff. Based on a site visit the Department of City Planning conducted with DCAS, ACS, and daycare program staff On July 21st, the building appears to be in a state of good repair with regular maintenance and repairs happening in a timely manner. In terms of recommendations, the Community Board voted to approve the project with 22 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstaining. The Borough President approved the project but recommended that DCAS negotiate a 10-year lease with 2 5-year renewal terms, as well as a provision for the right of refusal if the property is marketed for sale. The Borough President also cited concerns about pedestrian safety and recommended that ACS work with DOT to implement street improvements such as bulb outs at the intersection adjacent to the daycare center. In conclusion, the requested acquisition of an existing building would allow for a new lease to be negotiated in order to facilitate the continued operation of the Friends of Crown Heights 26 Child Care Center in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
Any questions for Sarit?
Yes.
Mr. Knuckles?
Well, Sarit, the pictures do convey a certain impression. Obviously, it looks like this facility is more than habitable, but I'm just wondering, since this is an as-is transaction, do we know when the most recent upgrades to the space happened? I mean, is it then within the recent year or recent several years? Do we know the last time major upgrades were done to the space?
Sure. So I, can definitely speak to the roof, which was, one of the main concerns of the original CPC report. The roof was completely replaced in the 1990s. I'm corrected. It's in 2002. It was completely replaced, removed and replaced, and then as of this past summer, 2015, there were additional repairs to the roof. So the roof, which was originally the best, the worst condition, is now up to date and repaired.
What about the interior space? Did you visit the
I did
the
visit
space?
the center, and in terms of the interior space, everything was in good condition that I observed.
Interesting that you should ask that, because we've learned, we've learned since certification that there is a scope of work being prepared that we'll hear more about tomorrow to address general repairs and maintenance. But DCAS and ACS will be here tomorrow to talk about that.
Thank you, Jackie.
Any other questions for Sarit? Yes, Mr. Cantor, then Mr. Cirillo.
Yeah, thank you. Do you know whether there is a condition survey that was recently made that would allow for a reasonable analysis of projected cost for not necessarily improvements, but for restoration?
What kind of restoration are you referring to?
I don't know if there's walls chipped, if there's ceilings loose, if there's this hit. In other
So-
words, I'm buying a building.
Okay.
And when I buy a building, I'm going to go check the building out. I'd like to know if we've done the same thing.
So
It'd be in the scope of
I'm
work.
not aware of that. That's something we can ask DCAS tomorrow. I think they should be able to answer that question.
Okay.
Mr. Cirillo.
Just a quick question, and it's really a process-oriented question, not so much about this application, but Vice Chair Knuckles' question sort of triggered a thought to me, for me. When city planning and DCAS and whatever agency makes site visits for whatever use we're contemplating the application, is that a scheduled site visit, or, this is stealth? Does 3 city agencies show up on site to look at the facility, or is it an advanced scheduled?
It's scheduled in advance typically.
Okay, so I guess when we do that and there are photos there, it's the best case, you would hope, it would be the best case scenario, so I just was.
You mean they make the beds and take the dishes out of the sink?
Well, I just wondered how the process was. Was it just something that we just showed up to do? I mean, I realize this lease expired in 2014, so they've probably been waiting for us to arrive for quite some time. But I just wondered, so I appreciate the answer.
Ms. Levin.
Yeah, I have a question that I don't know if it's appropriate to ask at this juncture or when we get to the follow-up discussion for the Early Life Center 9, the Roundtable Senior Center that we had the hearing about last time. But it's this issue over the 5-year term. Do we want to get into that now or wait for the follow-up discussion? I think it's an overall question.
Yeah, let's wait for the
Okay.
follow-up discussion. I mean, I think it's if I understand the intent of your question, it's really more of a broader
Correct.
policy issue than
That's
specific
why I
to
put it out
this
there the way I did.
particular lease. So, any other questions, Sarit? And there is a public hearing on this matter tomorrow, so. If not, thank you, Sarit.
Let's now move to item number 9, page 199, proposed zoning text amendment and special permit to facilitate expansion of an existing provider of senior citizen support and care, 3133-3135 Emmons Avenue. Our presenter is Richard Jacobs, project planner of the Brooklyn office. Item number 9, page 199.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weisbrod, Commissioners. This application is back for pre-hearing. You'll recall this application is for a zoning text amendment and newly created special permit to the Special Sheepshead Bay District, Area G, to facilitate the enlargement of an existing two-story building occupied by Prime Home Health Services, a provider of certified home health aides for senior medical support and general care. The existing two-story building with a partial second floor is located at 3133 Emmons Avenue. It's 25 feet in height at approximately 1.05 FAR. It's proposed to enlarge the building with a full second floor and a partial third floor, increasing its height to 34 feet 8 inches and increasing its floor area to 2.0 FAR. In addition, the existing parking garage would be reconfigured to provide for 32 attended parking spaces. The applicant is pursuing the zoning text amendment special permit as the current zoning does not permit the enlargement as proposed. If approved, the applicant would be able to enlarge the building and expand their business, allowing them to remain in the current location, continuing to serve the senior population in Sheepshead Bay and adjacent neighborhoods. The development site is an interior lot, you see in red, generally bounded by the Bell Parkway Service Road to the north, Coyle Street to the east, Emmons Avenue to the south, and Ford Street to the west. It's located in an R5 C22 zoning district in Area G of the Special Sheepshead Bay District. If you recall, the Special Sheepshead Bay District is a 20-block area along Emmons Avenue. It has 8 sub-areas, areas A through G. Area G includes 8 blocks having frontage on the north side of Emmons Avenue, generally bounded by the C22 zoning overlay to the north, Knapp Street to the east, Emmons Avenue to the south, and Nostrand Avenue to the west. Area G limits residential and community facility uses to 1.25 FAR and a maximum height of 35 feet. Commercial uses are limited to a maximum of 1 FAR, with the underlying C22 district regulations governing the number of floors and height at a maximum of 30 feet or 2 stories, whichever is less. Area land uses on Emmons Avenue, the Avenue G corridor predominantly include a range of 2 to 4-story residential buildings, mixed-use residential buildings with ground floor retail, and 6 and 7-story apartment buildings on the eastern 2 blocks of the sub-area. The existing building, you can see in the slide to the far left, has a full first floor. It's set back to a second floor with a 15-foot base, and it's 25-foot tall with a partial second floor. It's proposed to enlarge the building by extending the second floor and adding a new partial third floor. The building will be elevated by 10 feet, with its base height increasing from 15 feet to 25 feet, and the building's overall height increasing from 25 feet to 34 foot 8 inches. Proposed enlargement would increase the floor area of the building by some 11,051 square feet, a 0.95 FAR increase from 1.05 to 2.0 FAR. The enlargement is expected to nearly double the capacity of the business, allowing the company to hire an additional 150 workers for a total of 350 employees. While currently approximately 100 employees either are located at the site or spend part of their day at the main office, the enlargement is primarily to support off-site home attendants, adding only 11 on-site daily employees. The added floor area would consist of a new office and circulation space in support of administrative functions and would accommodate occasional training sessions. For the most part, the employees would not work on site, but again, would travel directly to patients' homes. The development site is located in the flood zone. The flood-resistant construction elevation is 4 foot 8 inches. The owner will locate all mechanical and electrical equipment onto the first floor and higher, and provide compliant gates and flood-resistant panels at the cellar and garage level. So there are 2 actions necessary to facilitate the application: a zoning text amendment modifying various sections of the special district and creating section 94096 of the zoning resolution, and secondly, a zoning special permit pursuant to that newly created section 94096. A new special permit would allow zoning lots greater than 10,000 square feet in lot area, in Area G, to modify the provisions of Section 94-092, increasing the permitted floor area for commercial uses from 1 to 2. Would further modify the height provisions of Section 33-431A relating to the location of uses, to allow a commercial building to exceed 30 feet and 2 stories, provided it does not exceed a maximum of 35 feet of height. Special permit further waives or reduces accessory off-street parking requirements. In addition, there are some technical corrections to supplementary use regulations and special parking regulations. To reiterate and clarify, the Board of Standards and Appeals special permits and their afforded relief do not apply in the special Sheepshead Bay District. The special permit findings, the applicant's responsive findings are attached to your briefing sheet. So Community Board 15 held a public hearing and voted to approve the application by a vote of 22 in favor, 13 against, and 1 abstaining, with the condition that there be no sale of air rights related to the approval. The Borough President held a public hearing and approved the application without conditions, attaching a letter signed by the applicant with respect to local and minority labor participation in the enlargement, resiliency and green measures in its site planning and building design. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Just to follow up with Commissioner Efron had asked about the terms of the lease at certification. In 2012, the parties, the landlord and tenant, agreed to extend the existing lease, which had 5 years left on it, to a term of 50 years. So it's in effect until 2062, current lease.
Okay, questions for Richard? Mr. Knuckles.
Richard, 22 in favor, 13 opposed. What was the source of the 13 in opposition, you think?
Mostly dealt with parking-related issues. People were concerned with the effect on off-street parking, and they asked the applicant, actually, they laid it over for 30 days, and he came back and did a parking study, an on-street parking study, and did a survey of the tenants.
Right.
And they came back and found that there was additional parking on street available during the peak hours, and that the landlord would make spaces. There was some question, he was actually leasing some of the spaces to private parties. He's no longer going to be doing that. He's going to free up spaces within the existing garage for additional, for tenants, and that swayed a number of people. There still was some opposition that voted against, but it turned the majority of the board in favor of the application.
And he's expanding the number of parking spaces, right?
Well, as part of this application, we're actually waiving additional parking that would normally be required, because due to the nature of the use, most of the additional, even though it's an enlargement, most of the people that are utilizing this facility are reporting off-site to most extent, and there was a rather large underutilization of the existing parking. That's why he was renting spaces to people outside. So they've reconfigured the space to make it a more workable garage. We looked at it very carefully, and as part of this application, we're waiving the additional spaces normally required for an enlargement. Due to the nature of the use, most of the workers are off-site.
Any other, Mr. Cantor?
Thank you. The rendering that we're looking at, that solid band, that's glass, is it not?
It is.
You're talking about on the top here?
Yeah, the stuff that, no, down below, the first
Oh,
level
yes,
above
that's
the ground.
glass glazing, yeah.
And you said the building was going to be raised, did you mean figuratively,
No.
literally?
No, that's the ground floor, that's the existing ground floor. Right now, there's a partial second floor. That's the existing ground floor here. There's a partial second floor.
Okay, you said something about floors being raised, that's.
They're raising the height.
No, I said actually the utilities, the electrical
Oh, okay.
and the
MEP.
mechanical spaces, because it's in the flood zone, going to raise the mechanical equipment to the first floor and above.
Well, once again, and this is going to be typical as we see it time and again, you've got a solid wall facing you in order to fight the water.
Mm-hmm.
You're building a decorative dam of some type.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the existing.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just,
I'm not criticizing, I'm observing.
Ms. Levin?
Having looked at some of the videos, by the way, getting onto YouTube is fantastic. Watching our videos is so much better on YouTube. Anyway, but I learned that you have to speak clearly into the mic. About the community board's concern about the air rights, this is a special permit, right?
Yes.
So this will allow, if it's approved, allow construction of this project and nothing else?
Yes, you're correct.
The extra floor area we're creating here is for this particular use and
That's
not
right.
for
Very
sale anyplace
specific
else?
to this building, to this envelope, to this height, to this use.
Yeah, okay.
So actually, because there was no report associated with that sentence on the
Right.
recommendation, I called the district manager and then spoke to the chairman, and she was apologetic, saying that to a large extent, the board doesn't understand the special district regulations, which does actually provide for development rights transfers
We've
under
seen it.
certain
Yeah.
circumstances, but not in Area G.
Okay, so their concern is taken care of.
Yes.
Can you explain to me then, that's unrelated, the sentence about the BSA permits? It says that, this being added to the text, the provisions relating to modifications of the parking requirements shall not apply in the special district?
Well,
What's that about?
They never really were intended for the special district. These regulations that provide relief were never really intended for the special district, but they've been misinterpreted in the past. And while we were at revising the text, the director of zoning felt it was an appropriate time to reword those regulations so it's clearer that the BSA relief afforded by special permits does not apply in the special district,
Which is the way we've been reading the zoning resolution all along.
which is our interpretation, but applicants, even in this case, in this particular application, thought they could get relief otherwise. So it came up, and we wanted to clarify those regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Richard? This will not be a Cherry Hill situation tomorrow. Thank you, Richard. Public hearing tomorrow.
Okay. Let's now go to another post-hearing follow-up discussion on the department's proposed mandatory inclusionary housing. Howard Slackton is back.
Before Howard starts, I just want to make a couple of comments on the obvious, which is that 421A, as you know, officially ended on last Friday. It's not the first time that that's happened. It's happened several times. And I'm confident that it will come back in one form or another. Both the governor and the mayor, both over the weekend, clearly recognized the importance of whether it's exactly 421A or something pretty analogous to it, that it is essential for New York City's affordable housing program, and that the issues that cause 421, or the issue that caused 421A to expire did not go to the heart of the importance of 421A. So we are all operating on the assumption that this will, in fact, be resurrected in one form or another. And I would just say that, as I think most of you know, there's not all that much rental product in the pipeline immediately right now, because so many applicants did their very best to get vested before the end of the year, and accelerated their projects to do so. Plus, we're only going to be proposing to map MIH on a case-by-case basis as we go forward, and at least the initial major application of this would be, assuming it was enacted in East New York, where the city has a variety of appropriate tools that can address the affordable housing situation. So I just really wanted to put all of that into some context, and why we feel that it's important to continue to proceed with MIH, and with that context, I turn it over to Howard.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. So we will, I'd like to pick up on where we left our discussion, the post-hearing discussion on MIH after our session last week, at which I left the remainder of my voice, which you are not hearing right now. But at that session, we discussed responses from city planning, from HPD, to some of the issues that had been raised during the public review process. But the issue, the topic that really was the one that we ended up spending the most time, and there was the most to discuss, really was, in particular, the BSA special permit process and how that, relates, how that would work in practice and how it relates to the functioning of the program. In other words, the BSA special permit was proposed as a safety valve to ensure that in the instance that the MIH requirements were to cause a hardship, that there would be some recourse for a developer that they could pursue. This is important not only to enable development to proceed in the city, but also importantly from a legal standpoint for the program, in order to ensure that it will withstand legal tests. So we went over a number of topics, but there were some issues that were raised to which we would like to recommend, the department would like to recommend modifications to the referred zoning text to address this in the BSA special permit. And I'll walk through what the elements of those recommended modifications are. I think one question that was raised was, for any application that pursues a BSA special permit, can't they just work out a subsidy arrangement with HPD? And the answer is, provided, of course, that they can come to terms. HPD obviously is responsible for using its city funds in a responsible manner, but provided they can come to terms that work for the project and work for the city, absolutely, and that is an important consideration, and we see that as, if anything, a much more common outcome than we see people going down the road of the BSA special permit. But to make sure that those two roads are not, well, I'm going to leave that metaphor, to make sure that everything is working as we intend and anticipate, we propose to incorporate into the text a requirement that any application to the BSA for a special permit for relief of the MIH requirements would also be delivered to HPD, so that there is no moment at which someone is pursuing a BSA special permit unbeknownst to HPD. That would complement the referrals that already occur under the BSA's ordinary rules, so any special permit would be referred to the affected community board and council member as a matter of course, but this would also ensure that HPD receives a copy of the application from the very beginning as well. In addition, another of the issues that was highlighted, or the questions that was raised, was about HPD's role as the BSA reviews applications, and as you heard from my colleagues from HPD who have joined us stealthily in the room, that HPD expects to provide assistance to BSA in the review of these applications, and we would actually, what we were proposing is to incorporate into the text language that acknowledges HPD, the ability of HPD to appear before the BSA should it be appropriate on any particular application to testify to that effect. This is in many ways similar to the role that is assigned to city planning, to the City Planning Commission in the review of BSA special permits under the charter, but what we would do is we would incorporate similar language outlining an HPD role in this text. In a sense, you know, what we are acknowledging here is that the inclusionary housing program is in some ways an affordable housing program that lives in the zoning. And so an application to modify that would then be looked at by HPD as BSA reviews it as well. And so the text, the actual material modification to the zoning text that we're suggesting would outline HPD's ability to testify before the BSA on these items, on these special permits. So those two elements are new in addition to what we had previously discussed, but I'll walk through that all in a little bit more detail here. This would all be incorporated into the text of the BSA special permit in the proposed zoning text. So what we're calling colloquially the order of operations that an application would go through in order to achieve relief. The first thing the BSA would evaluate is whether options 1 or 2 as set forth in the mandatory inclusionary housing program, whichever is not available, essentially as of right to the developer, those would be the first options assessed. And so the developer would have to identify whether a hardship exists. In other words, they would have to demonstrate that a hardship exists and prevents them from providing the other option, which it would otherwise be available under the program. In the event that the BSA finds a hardship in that instance, they would then go on to have to evaluate the workforce option, the other option laid out within the program. And only in the event that a hardship is determined with compliance with a workforce option would another step be taken, essentially, to identify feasibility of an alternative program of affordability worked out in consultation with HPD, which would be noted specifically in the text. So essentially, the concern was that BSA relief not be sort of wide open landscape that people come in and say, I'll give it 23%. That it's not sort of a bargaining mechanism, but the idea is you stay within the program, you stay within the options of the program, you sort of walk through those individually, and only in that event can further relief, only in the event that none of those works, can further relief be obtained. And in any event, that relief would be determined by the board to be the minimum necessary to address the hardship. In addition, in determining whether a hardship exists, the text would explicitly note that the board may consider alternative forms of tenure or alternative permitted uses of the property that need to be evaluated in determining whether a hardship truly exists. And in essence, a development that proposes, say, condominium development would have to be evaluated to see if rental development would, in fact, be feasible under these options. Just the mere fact that they wish to develop one form of tenure or another would not be construed in and of itself as a hardship case. You'd have to look at what the other reasonable possibilities open to the developer are. And then finally, at the end of this order of operations, only if no program of affordability is determined to be feasible, in the event that a complete waiver of the affordable housing requirements were to occur, we are also going to clarify in the text that the property would then be treated similar to properties that fall below the minimum size threshold for the program, which are treated as if there is no mandatory inclusionary housing program in the area, and that means that only the standard floor area ratio, the standard FAR for the district would apply, not the higher FAR that applies to mandatory inclusionary housing areas. Essentially, for projects that are smaller than the applicability threshold or projects that go through this process and waive the affordable housing requirements entirely, they would be treated as if there were no MIH, which gives them the standard floor area ratio for that zoning district. Maybe this is a good time to pause and see if there are any questions
about the BSA process. Mr. Knuckles.
Howard, regarding the HPD role and the ability of HPD to testify as a witness at a BSA hearing, is that the way it would operate?
Yeah, to offer testimony.
Offer testimony.
Yes.
At whose behest? At the applicant's behest or BSA's
On
behest?
HPD's behalf. Essentially, the same way that under the charter, the City Planning Commission has the ability to testify before the board on matters regarding, on applications to modify or vary the zoning. So in other words, a variance application, the commission may opt to testify before the board to say that, to comment on the way the board is modifying the zoning, to the land use considerations, essentially. Through the commission's oversight of land use, that is the subject matter on which they would comment to the board. In essence, HPD would be commenting on the subject matter of affordable housing, the feasibility of affordable housing, and essentially the feasibility of producing affordable housing on the subject property.
So as a practical matter, presumably HPD would say, should they decide to enter the fray, so to speak, that, well, this is why we believe option A or option B is
reasonably possible.
viable.
Yes, that's right. And this is obviously there can be communication between HPD and the board on a sort of staff level and the sort of technical assistance level in terms of housing finance and those sorts of issues as well. But this is just a formal authorization, essentially, for them to appear at a hearing, should that be necessary.
So, and I guess this would be unlikely, but in the event that notification of the BSA application, which you indicated they would receive, they say, well, maybe we should take another look at this to see if it could work. Does the BSA application then, is that frozen on behalf of the applicant? I mean, the applicant isn't prejudiced by that in any way, right? I mean, if HPD wants to take another look at it.
That's right. I mean, this essentially allows, if you think of the BSA's process as somewhat analogous to the commission's process, they would be
Right.
taking testimony before rendering a decision on the application.
Right.
And this would enable HPD to enter testimony that the board would consider before issuing its decision.
Ms. Ortiz, then Ms. Deluz.
Hi. Quick clarification. So within the BSA, relief process, how does land value potentially drive a hardship claim? Because I can see people overpaying and then saying that it was because they've paid, X for a piece of property that they now have a hardship.
So this was another question that was raised at the last session. We spoke to the staff at the board to essentially get a good description of how they take into account land cost as part of the variance process, as part of this process, which is some similarities to the variance process. And the way the board looks at land cost is they don't look at acquisition price. So how much you paid is immaterial, in essence. They look at an appraised price of the land. And in determining the proper appraised price of the land, they would have to be looking at what does the zoning say, and what are the requirements in the zoning, and that is, one of how they would take into account these factors. So in essence, if you are fortunate enough to have a very low basis in a piece of property, you're not punished for that at the board, but neither are you rewarded for overpaying for a property. They look at it on the basis of what an appraised value of the property would be. And so only in the event that, sort of appraised values change dramatically are you going to see real swings in that kind of assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Who does the appraisal?
This I can follow up on that question, but the way the board functions, they receive appraisals submitted by the applicant and they evaluate them and comment on them.
Okay, that's illuminating.
And I should note that in that process, one of the ways in which HPD can offer assistance is HPD also has appraisal expertise that they can bring to bear in that process as well.
Ms. Deluz.
Howard, would you just mind repeating, you were kind of going over what would happen in the case when hardship wouldn't be granted, and you said something basically that they'd have to comply with underlines. Can you just repeat that for me?
Sure, that is in the event that you've sort of gone through this entire order of operations, and there is a hardship created by the MIH requirements, regardless of how they could be modified. In other words, you can't reach a reduced program of affordability, even though after you've exhausted all those options. So no affordable housing in this hypothetical scenario,
Yeah.
no affordable housing is being provided on the property as a result of the BSA special permit, then the zoning would treat that property as if it were not in an MIH area, which means it is subject to the standard, the FAR that is generally applicable in such a zoning district. So just to pick one out of the air, instead of 4.6 in an R7A, it would be 4.0, and that would be, it would be treated as if it were any ordinary R7A property.
I mean, think back to the earlier discussion about the Sherman, Broadway Sherman project, where if that didn't have an affordability component, it would have a reduced FAR.
Sure.
And one thing I just want to note that I didn't walk through in the outline of all this is that we've also spoken with the board about how they administer their the special permits, and that through their rulemaking, they have a time limit of 4 years. Essentially, they administer a time limit of 4 years on BSA special permits, and we will continue to work with the board to ensure that as they apply that time limit to these applications, if a BSA special permit under this section were to expire, they would reopen it to examine the findings in order to ensure that the hardship finding is still valid. This isn't something with an infinite shelf life, but it's something that is essentially addressing an issue that exists in a moment in time. It gives people a reasonable period of time on which to act and to build pursuant to the special permit, after which it would expire.
Mr. Cantor and then Mr. Cirillo.
Does the agency have the ability or the right to say no?
Does this agency?
No.
Does HPD have the ability to say no? They have the ability to testify to that effect, but the adjudication of the individual application is up to the board as relief, essentially. But the board would be making that decision with the full information provided by HPD.
Mr. Cirillo.
Two quick questions, Howard, thank you. On the appraisal issue, is the assessed value of the property used at all in that? Is that what we're calling appraisal, or we're talking about a clean?
Independent property appraisal. Somebody comes in, looks at comps within the area,
Okay.
and determines what a reasonable price for the property.
Okay, great. And when you began this a little while ago, you talked about seeing if HPD could work out a monetary, was that one of the relief as opposed to going to BS? Can you just, when does that happen? After the application is filed?
So the way that the relief works is that whatever the MIH requirements are for a particular site can be reduced through this special permit process. If a project is larger than 25 units or 25,000 square feet, that is simply a matter of what the affordable housing requirement is for the development. And that can be modified through that sort of order of operations that we walked through. For a project that is 25 units or less, or essentially between 11 and 25 units, or
Right.
12,500 square feet and 25,000 square feet, for that window, as of right, they are eligible for the option of payment into the Affordable Housing Fund, a payment in lieu.
Correct.
And in the event that that is one of the requirements, they could come in for relief from that requirement to reduce the payment through the hardship process as well. In other words, both of those alternatives exist, providing the affordable housing or making the payment. Either of them can be modified through the special permit
So
process.
it was.
But there is no instance, I just want to be clear, there's no instance where a project that is not eligible to pay into the fund, that's a larger project, would become eligible to pay into a fund through the special permit process.
So whatever the options are also the options you can appeal?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mr. Reade.
Thanks, Howard. So if I understand correctly, if we rezone an area and give it option A, someone comes in, they say they have a hardship, and they apply it to the BSA. In theory, the BSA could say, okay, if option B suits you, then we can give you that option, or the workforce housing. in addition to that, they can negotiate, this quote-unquote negotiate with HPD, and I assume that would involve either additional subsidy or reduction in the percentages, or are all the options on the table for that negotiation?
So the use of subsidy is something that sort of exists in parallel to the BSA special permit, because one thing that we are being mindful of is that this is not a special permit that entitles you to subsidy. Subsidy is issued on the basis of whether whether you need it, whether it's warranted for your development. So that is something that can happen at any stage of this process, but I don't think HPD, I think I recall Louise saying this last week, is not going to provide subsidies to achieve the reduced requirements in general. They're going to provide subsidies to achieve what is generally going to be more than the requirement for the development. HPD's term sheets, don't include, 12, 14% affordable, 20% affordable. They are for substantial affordability at different income levels and different projects. So the likelihood is that I have to really get the acronym straight, really, to be respectful of the agencies. HPD, if they are putting subsidy into a project, is in all likelihood it is not going to require relief, because you're going to address, there's not going to be a hardship, you're going to have a subsidy arrangement, and you'll have a feasible development through the use of subsidy. What you just asked, though, about each of the various steps available, if options 1 and 2 don't work, and if the workforce option doesn't work, then you are in this world where you are identifying essentially a subsidy-free development option where a different program works and is feasible. A different proportion of affordability, different set-aside or different income levels, either can be looked at through that relief process.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Efron.
Just going back to the 4-year time period.
Yes.
That's in the case that no building takes place, correct?
Correct, right. Once you build,
Right.
you build under the program that BSA has approved. That's correct.
Right, and there's no look back, even if it's a rental apartment on market conditions. That's it.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions about this aspect? Okay, Howard, move it along.
This was the key aspect to discuss today, because this is the primary subject on which the department is recommending modifications to the text that was referred out. We are continuing to comb through the text and look at all the language and make sure that it is all achieving what we have said it will achieve, and there are a certain number of clarifications or corrections that we are going to be putting together. These fall under, we put them under the heading of clarifications and corrections because they do not change the substance of the proposal as we had described it, but they make sure that the text functions to accomplish what it does. One example that we do know we have to correct in the text is that for the in lieu payment, what we just define as the Affordable Housing Fund in the zoning text, this is something that is described in the zoning text as a fund that essentially is administered by or resides with HPD. To make that actually accurate and appropriate and consistent with the way HPD administers comparable analogous types of funds, the fund itself will not reside with HPD. It would reside at an entity designated by HPD, for instance, HDC, which could house the funds. The funds would, and this is in order to enable the fund to function as described, which is for this period of time, for the period of time of 10 years, HPD would reserve funds for use within that geography, within that community district, after which it could be, need not be, but could be released for use within the same borough, but would not be released for use elsewhere. But that is, in order to accomplish that, we're going to tweak the language a little bit that describes exactly where the fund resides to make it function properly for HPD. There may be other miscellaneous clarifications of language. We will provide these all to the commission with a description of what each of the changes means, just to clarify what they are.
Ms. Deluz.
So I appreciate that clarification. Is there going to be a different process to apply for those funds than the existing processes that exist at HPD and HDC?
For HPD no, it would be administered the way HPD administers, essentially uses the funds, other sorts of funds. there's not any additional process laid out in the zoning for that.
Ms. Levin?
Howard, do any of the, what you're calling the clarifications and corrections, well, I'm aware that you, the Department of City Planning and HPD made a number of commitments to the Manhattan Borough President about the MIH program, which do involve some changes in the way its operation has been publicly described. I don't know if you've been making similar commitments to other agencies, although nobody else voted in favor of it, so probably not. But my question
Thank you, Commissioner.
my question is whether any of those commitments are reflected in the clarifications and corrections, and to the extent they aren't, for those of us for whom those are important points.
Absolutely.
How do we know they still apply?
So, for instance, things like the description of, these are the same issues that we brought, those issues that you referred to are the same issues that we brought back, and HPD spoke to last week about things like how the payment in lieu fund, the 10-year period, the use within the same borough, those are all things that will not go into the zoning text because we generally don't write such prescriptive provisions about how money gets spent in the zoning text. We put, make HPD responsible for the disbursement of those funds. But those will be how HPD essentially administers this process. We do not expect to put that language into the zoning text. I'm trying to think if there are other topics that fall into that same
Well, and I don't have
heading.
the full list in my mind, but will those commitments be reflected perhaps in our report, in the description of how you all expect to interpret?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Ms. Delos?
If I recall, the other commitment had to do with reviewing the voluntary program.
Well, that is certainly.
Well, yeah.
That is, and that will also, I believe, be noted in the commission's report. But that absolutely is a commitment as well.
Yeah, no, there's also some commitments about studying use of the offsite.
Right, and actually, let me on the offsite utilization, we brought back the data that we received, that HPD generated in terms of the utilization of the offsite program, and I think that we were able to describe that. We said we would go and examine the data, and that was going to inform not only this effort, but also how we look at the R10 program when we reevaluate that program. And what we found is that there were very low levels of utilization, as we described last week.
Yeah, well, which
for that option.
is a separate
Under the
discussion.
yes, understood.
But I think it's important that all of that follow-up discussion be reflected in our report, so that it not just get
Understood,
lost.
and that is our intent.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about MIH? Ms. Efron?
Sorry. Will the text state how frequently the payment in lieu will be reset?
No, that'll be something that through the rulemaking process, HPD will do and can essentially, HPD will have to promulgate rules to set the fees, to set the fee schedule, and at that time, essentially can describe how they will revisit them and at what interval they will. I'm sorry. The expectation is that they will revisit this annually to keep them up to date.
Mr. Cirillo?
I have one question, Howard, which it doesn't touch on anything we spoke about here, but it's something that keeps coming up because it's not clear to me. And this has to do, in the workforce option, the definition of emerging neighborhood or emerging area and the application of that definition to the selection of an option.
Right, that's not something that lives in the zoning text itself, and that's something that is, we will be outlining in the report, but it's about how the policy is applied.
Understood,
Yes.
okay.
But there's no, the workforce option is defined mechanically in the zoning text in terms of what the income levels are, what the requirements are for compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Delos?
So I'm just going back to the text not reflecting the fund and instead that being separate. And I'm trying to remember, for the first go-around on East Midtown, and I'm looking at Frank since he probably knows it off top of his head. And yeah, I'm just wondering, in other instances where.
Frank's
other-
not allowed to talk about East Midtown until this is done.
I'm not talking about the current discussion, I'm talking about the old discussion. I'm just trying to look for precedent
Right.
where other funds have been created or we were thinking of creating them, and whether or not the text reflected it. Because people can have full faith in the current administration's desire to adhere to what has been discussed, but obviously if it's not in the text, I'm just a bit concerned that some of the commitments and intentions might change over time.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's different about inclusionary housing in some ways is that because the program is administered by HPD and already as structured today is administered by HPD and authorizes HPD to promulgate rules through whatever they're called in the text, the guidelines, to essentially effectuate the management of the program. That's something that already, it's a structure that already exists, and we think that we would graft this onto it. And we, as with many other aspects of the program, the sort of, it is aligned with the HPD's mission to administer these things in a way that, we don't see a sort of a risk, the same kind of risk in assigning, allowing HPD to promulgate that by rule. That's, I think, the way we would characterize it.
Mr. Knuckles.
And just also to note that noting this in the commission report is another important, I think, as previously noted, is an important element of that.
So how would, in regard to the payment in lieu, when that determination is made, how is the sum going to be identified? Is it going to be the metric of a subsidy per DU, or is it going to be a lump sum? How will that look?
I will take a stab at this, and if more details needed, I might call on our colleagues from HPD. But essentially, based on, through a methodology that will be based on the cost of providing the affordable unit in that geography, there would be a schedule of fees, which would be assigned on essentially a per square foot basis, because the zoning requirement is on a per square foot basis, and it would be, sufficient to create, the amount of the payment is designed to be sufficient to create an affordable unit within that area, which does take into account things like the cost of land acquisition and things like that.
It would not be one single schedule, it would be a schedule or requirement for each area. Okay, any other questions on MIH? Hearing none, we will now go on to ZQA. Frank.
I won't talk about East Midtown, but I would say theater sub-district, just as one example to this. Theater sub-district, the change of the rate over time is by rule also, so it's not, that's typically the way that.
But the text is fairly restrictive about uses. It's much more prescriptive than this text,
Right, that's what I'm looking for.
which is what some of us are yearning for,
Yes,
but not
exactly.
going to get right now.
Right.
And presumably reviewed more frequently than
This is only a 2-slide PowerPoint, but it's useful just
I can almost hear a sigh of relief.
It says a lot, it must say a lot.
Okay, so I'm just gonna. Let's try, I guess it's 3. Okay, mainly just wanted to kind of have
This is just his talking point.
guide to as we go through these things. And I think in a kind of similar fashion to how we talked about some of the stuff with MIH, there's a series of, I think, what we would call more substantive recommendations for substantive changes about a series of issues, basically many of the things we talked about just last week. And then a series of more technical changes that as we've The text has been out even earlier than had it been publicly started public review. We've kind of gotten a number of comments from practitioners, other agencies, ourselves, just looking at it. We want to just kind of go through some of those somewhat technical issues and try to do it in a way that just to kind of make you aware of these kinds of changes that were needed to really make sure the text is in line with what the proposal was intending to do. But we'll start with the substantive changes first, starting with R1 and R2 districts. As we talked about last week, the proposal in these low-density single-family districts permitted long-term care facilities, but only by discretionary action intended to ensure the facility was compatible with the area's character. There were two, I guess you'd call it, flavors of discretionary action. For large sites, there was an authorization, and for smaller sites, there was a full special permit. Based on all the comments we heard during the public review process, and I think some of the conversation we had last week, we recommend just simplifying this provision, instead requiring that all long-term care facilities in R1 and R2 districts be permitted only by special permit in these areas. So it would kind of remove the authorization provision. Okay. A small clap. I mean, with these, it may be just easier just to, if there are any questions. Just
Yeah, just raise your hand if you have questions as Frank goes through these. Okay.
Okay. Ground floor rear yard space. The proposal allowed for the development of shared accessory spaces on the ground floor in the rear yard area for affordable senior housing, long-term care facilities, and buildings with inclusionary housing. And really, the intent of this is to allow for more efficient buildings. Based on the comments we heard in the public review process and some of the discussion we heard last week, to better reflect the uses that are already permitted in this rear yard area, we recommend modifying the proposal so that we would not allow buildings with inclusionary housing on narrow residential streets to build within the rear yard area. This would better match the flexibility already afforded to similar uses in commercial districts and on wide streets, but would maintain this flexibility on narrow residential streets for affordable senior housing and care facilities, which have the greatest requirements for shared spaces. So, there's a lot of nots and yeses, but that's the way it works. In R9 and R10 districts, as we talked about, in these districts, the same FAR is permitted on narrow and wide streets, but there are different heights associated with those districts. This is particularly an issue for buildings that are providing either affordable housing through the inclusionary program or affordable senior housing or care facilities, because these really are some of the tightest envelopes we have. And so the proposal removed the distinction between wide and narrow streets so that each was given the same envelope if they were providing those uses. This is my second slide, so you can jump to it. Given the concerns about removing this wide-narrow street distinction, we've looked to create a recommendation that would maintain the appropriate wide-narrow street distinction, but ensure enough design flexibility to actually fully provide the affordable housing permitted in these districts. So what the existing on the first column shows is for each of the zoning districts. You can see the distinction that exists today for those heights. So generally, it's about 10 feet in the R9As and the R9Xs, and higher in the R10As. And the proposal would modify the narrow street versions of R9A, R9X, and R10A for those buildings that are participating in the inclusionary housing program or providing affordable senior housing or care facilities, so that that similar distinction of 10 feet in the R9As and R9Xs and 20 feet in the R10A would continue to exist for the wide and narrow street distinctions. Okay? Okay. As an aside, I think one of the kind of height concerns has been the kind of descriptions of the heights as like 40, 50 feet. By addressing those narrow street distinctions and maintaining them, that kind of very, what some have called very high height increases is removed from the proposal. Back to slide 1. On the other two substantive issues we discussed last week, sliver and low-density senior housing, the envelope for low-density senior housing, we don't recommend making any changes at this time. As we said last week and talked about, there are clearly trade-offs regarding these two issues, but on balance, staff, or the department staff, believes these two provisions should be maintained as part of the proposal and be heard as part of the city council's review of it. The affordable, the low density, R32, R4, and R5, or affordable senior housing envelope. Okay. Hearing no questions, I'll go, there are many here, and I will try to go through them as quickly as possible, just to give you a kind of breadth of these. Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. One of the issues I was waiting, I don't know if it's too early, parking for existing affordable housing and parking on these senior citizen sites. My memory serves, one option was for the developer to take the option of no parking, or to take the option of parking.
Right.
And I voiced a concern that the developer has a unilateral option in that regard. Have we looked at that?
I mean, I think as we talked about last week, I think that this was an area where we thought the proposal as we put forth, which allowed for that flexibility, was appropriate given given all the things that we heard at the public hearing a couple weeks back.
Okay.
Mrs. Cirillo.
Just for clarity though, Frank, that what Commissioner Cantor is outlining is an issue only in the transit zone areas, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, where the ability
It's not
to.
just, it's not anywhere, it's these.
And it's also, and to that point, I think if the issue is what can one, say this proposal passes as is, what would be what could happen to parking? The only instances where parking could be removed or lowered that next day is for affordable senior housing in the transit zone. And as we'll talk about in one of the more technical changes, outside of the transit zone for affordable senior housing or inside the transit zone for regular other forms of affordable housing, there's BSA discretionary actions to actually remove that parking.
Okay.
Frank, if I may.
Yeah.
Why was there no disagreement, or why was there agreement within the department to leave the language as is?
To leave the.
With regard to the option?
To allow so in the transit zone, to allow parking to be removed for affordable senior housing.
Right.
I think particularly based on the, really the comments we heard at the public hearing and just the sheer issues that affordable senior housing providers have with even existing parking that they have and the emptiness or the kind of lack of use that they see. And also I think the analysis that we had done previous to that, that looked at car ownership for affordable senior housing residents in the transit zone.
But the transit zones, and I think I raised this question or made this comment last week as well, the transit zones are the zones that are going to be attracting people from outside New York City, not just New Yorkers putting their car a block away and walking. And this is a concern to the people in the transit zones in Queens, certainly, and I imagine in other boroughs.
But I think that, as Frank said, I think all of this involves a balancing of interests, and at what point does the affordable housing need or senior affordable housing need outweigh the parking needs? And with respect to the parking, existing parking, particularly within the transit zone, all of this is accessory parking and really is designed to for the people of, and residents of a particular development. And if a developer wishes to build or maintain parking for the residents, the developer is open to doing it. And I recognize, and we recognize on many of these, that there are different balances and people are going to make different judgments on it. But again, I think this is the staff's belief on all of these, that the balancing of interests, at least in judgment of staff, falls on this way, which is not to say that the issues and that there aren't merits on the other side of these issues. It's just a balance. It's a question of balance.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to the more technical changes. I'll just go through the list as hopefully as quickly as possible. The ground floor rear yard space that we talked about above, the intent of the proposal, as we talked about, was to allow that space to be used for affordable senior housing buildings and long-term care facilities. However, the way the text was drafted, it was only allowed, the space was only allowed for what was considered accessory residential uses, and the idea of that was to restrict dwelling units from being located there. The way the text works is it requires long-term care facilities as community facilities to also use all of those provisions, and it was unclear to practitioners what did accessory residential uses mean when you have a community facility use. Clearly, the proposal was meant to allow both of those uses to inhabit that space, and so what we're recommending to do is just provide some clarifying language that long-term care facilities can utilize the rear yard allowance for purposes other than sleeping quarters as part of that community facility use, by just providing additional language to make that clear. These are the kinds of things these are, but I think they're the kinds of things that are really, we're just trying to make sure the proposal as it was described to you all and to the public is met by the text, and there have been some issues with how those things all work together. Street walls, the proposal included a number of modifications to improve street wall requirements for contextual buildings, and these changes have actually been quite well received. As part of the proposal, they tried to address more design elements like bay windows and the like. However, practitioners pointed out some technical issues with how these would be treated in buildings, and we wanted to make sure that they were addressed. First, this is really about lineup provisions. So in medium density districts, you're effectively required to be lining up with your adjacent buildings or buildings around you. And the proposal modified these requirements to address design elements like bay windows so that they could be kind of considered as part of that lineup. And actually, you would line up with the correct part of the building. And to do that, what the proposal said was that you would have to line up with the furthest part of the building adjacent to you. And while that makes sense for bay window kind of buildings, practitioners pointed out that that's an issue for courtyard buildings, which have much deeper parts. And so there was a kind of inconsistency here where we would be requiring buildings to actually be lining up with a court deep in the back of the building, and that wasn't the intent of the proposal. So to address this, we recommend modifying this lineup provision so that new buildings would determine their street wall location based on the portions of buildings within 25 feet of the two side lot lines of the adjacent lots. That's the portion of the building that really, when people think about it, lining up, that's really where this is at, and this would address some of the issues of court buildings. In R8 through R10 districts, this is still on street walls, in these high-density areas, the proposal added street wall requirements for contextual buildings beyond 50 feet of a wide street, where actually in zoning today there were currently no street wall requirements. In these areas, these rules are typically kind of laid out as percentage rules, X percentage of the lot of the building within X feet of the lot line. And for commercial districts on narrow streets, ZQA correctly put a percentage rule for these high-density districts. But in the residential district version, we actually referenced the lineup rule, which is typical only for medium-density districts. So the proposal tries to, we want to correct that and actually have a percentage-based rule, just like we do for all of the other street wall requirements for our 8 through our 10 districts. I know everyone's in love with those. Maximum number of stories. The proposal as part of ZQA includes not only maximum heights, but also for the first time actually includes maximum number of stories for buildings. What we've identified is that over time, there are numerous other provisions in the resolution that actually allows the commission to modify the maximum heights of buildings through authorizations like the fresh authorization, CPC special permits like for landmark transfer. And we wanted to make clear that you can modify not only heights, but you could actually modify the permitted number of stories so that you weren't restricted to the number that's only allowed in the text. And so there'll just be explanatory language for that. Inclusionary envelope, we wanted to clarify when the additional height of the inclusionary, for buildings with inclusionary housing was permitted. Again, it's only permitted for buildings that have affordable housing on site. As the proposal was drafted, it described it as providing affordable housing pursuant to the program would be able to utilize those provisions. People have asked what provided means. And how that would be applied to the two current versions of the inclusionary housing program we have, not only the mandatory inclusionary program, but the R10 and the current voluntary program. So to clarify the intent of the provision, we recommend adding some additional text to address each of those programs, R10 and voluntary individually, and ensure substantial and not just incidental use of the two programs. So for inclusionary housing designated areas, I think we call voluntary. This would require that at least 20% of the residential floor and the zoning lot be affordable housing, and that the lot contains predominantly residential uses. So that in total, this is a real residential building. For R10 areas, it would require the zoning lot have a minimum floor area of 11 FAR to access the higher quality housing height limit. 10 FAR and above can only be exceeded through the inclusionary housing program in those districts. So we're trying to achieve they're each a little different as programs. We're trying to make sure that you're actually utilizing those programs and not providing a single unit of affordable housing. That clearly wasn't the intent. This is just making sure that that can't happen.
May I?
Yeah.
And I think that approach makes a lot of sense. How was it determined? How were those cutoffs, if you will, determined?
I think they were, they're different for each of the programs, are just kind of designed differently. But Howard's getting up, so I'm going to let him answer
I
this.
saw the smile.
He needs an exercise. The idea was to address this sort of idea of somebody providing a unit and getting the additional height, which is not the intent. And so what we did is we looked at what a typical utilization would be, and in the designated areas program, it's somebody who's providing 20% affordable housing. In the R10 program, it is a lot more varied because people often don't use the full bonus. It's not really designed to achieve a big percentage over the building, but it's about 3.5 square feet per square foot of bonus. So we said basically if you're taking at least half of the bonus, you're providing a substantial amount, and that was enough to us to represent something that's more than incidental. I think we're talking about good faith utilization of the program, and that's characteristic of the way we've seen the program used. We did find a lot of buildings in the higher density districts that don't hit full 12 FAR, so we didn't want to say utilization of the whole thing.
I'm assuming, well, I think that background is helpful, and that analysis would be helpful, I think, to share. I don't know, to reflect it somewhere.
Maybe we can
report.
kind of note it in the report. Just why. Moving to R6, R7 non-contextual districts. As described in the DEIS and the kind of application materials for the proposal, ZQA would accommodate the higher FAR permitted for affordable senior housing and long-term care facilities by permitting limited additional height for zoning lots that provide these uses to enable the permitted floor area to fit in a well-designed building. However, in one of the charts that exists as part of the proposal, a permitted height for, and there's a number of caveats here, so it's going to take a while, R6 and R7 non-contextual districts on narrow streets was unintentionally omitted from the non-contextual district table. to correct the omission and ensure that these uses in these districts are provided with the building envelope that is consistent with the permitted FAR. Recommend modifying the table to properly indicate a maximum height consistent with the A district heights, which is how the others are treated. In our 6 districts, the maximum height for these uses on narrow streets and non-contextual districts would be 85 feet, and in our 7 districts, it would be 105 feet, which is the similar for the other versions of these. Small courts. The proposal includes a new class of court for courts for buildings, and these are meant to be for, these are not for legal required windows. These are for things like kitchens and bathrooms, and are meant really to kind of be reflective of the older courts that we would see in some older buildings. The proposal, as it was referred out, has maximum or minimum kind of area dimensions and minimum kind of length dimensions for these courts, and also has requirements above and below 75 feet that are a little different. As drafted, the proposal actually above 75 feet offers a disincentive to providing larger courts below 75 feet, and that wasn't the intention. And so the proposal is just trying to, or we're recommending modifying that to actually make sure that the court dimensions are what was intended at the time. Parking for existing affordable housing, the word existing I think is the key word here. And this was actually something we just talked a second about. In the transit zone, existing affordable housing, parking can only be removed through discretionary action, and outside the transit zone, that same rule applies for affordable senior housing. It's only if within the transit zone that, as of right, parking changes could be made for affordable senior housing. One of the provisions, though, talks about this nature of existing, which we're going to get a little philosophical. But practitioners have asked what that term is intended to mean, and particularly for buildings that are under construction. When does a building exist? So clearly, I don't know.
Well, it's a dangerous area.
Yeah, I know.
TC.
We had a lot of.
I'd be very careful here. Go ahead.
So the intent of the provision was clearly that the proposed reductions and requirements would distinguish between buildings that are not yet occupied and those that are occupied, because it's really, that's how what one would be looking at in relation to the kind of discretionary action of the BSA. So as such, we recommend clarifying that existing will mean having a certificate of occupancy by the date of ZQA's enactment. So if you're
TC or CFO.
That's right. Either one will apply. Ground floor retail provisions.
What if there's no CFO?
That's when we know a building exists in this proposal.
Oh, wait, there's no CFO?
Well, and then they're not.
Occupied or CFO?
Because there are buildings that are occupied without CFO.
Yeah, there are plenty of buildings
But
without
not
CFO.
Well,
Right.
Without a TCO?
Do you want to? Yeah.
This is a small universe here. These are not pre-38 buildings. This is buildings that are being constructed with
As long
a
as it's
requirement for parking, so it's going to be a different universe. It should not overlap with the substantial universe of existing buildings that don't have CFOs. This is, basically the idea is, are there people living in the building whose parking exists? And the answer is, if that is not true, then it is not treated as an existing building.
That makes sense. That's what it was intended for.
Ground floor retail provision. So the proposal includes a kind of new model set of ground floor retail requirements to address the kind of myriad of different ground floor requirements we have in a lot of special districts, trying to reflect or trying to remove some of the uncertainty in each of those different cases. One of the issues that's come up is that the proposal allows for the modification of depth requirements for access, or for elevators and stairs and building columns, which is similar to a lot of the other retail or depth requirements that we have in the zoning resolution. One of the things that has come up is to what extent can that amount of what if you have those issues, what can you modify, really? And so this is to be consistent with how we've acted the other types of retail and depth requirements that we have in the zoning resolution that really address that those can only be modified to the minimum extent necessary. We would add that similar language, just to be clear to practitioners, to DOB in the future, and just to the general public, what the modifications could be. It's not just if I have an elevator, I don't have to provide ground floor retail. The irregular lot special permit that is meant to allow sites that have kind of irregular lot conditions to modify some kind of more technical aspects of zoning at the BSA, allowed for these modifications based on findings, and the findings included in the original proposal addressed surrounding buildings to look at how the proposed modifications would really kind of relate to the surrounding buildings. And to be consistent with other special permits, and overall the intent of the proposal was not just buildings, but really the overall area. We recommend changing this to the surrounding area. It's not just buildings, it also could be open spaces, it could be more the overall neighborhood. And we want to make clear that that's what should be looked at. It wasn't so technically meant for building. The special permit that the CPC has for parking, and so this is intended for projects that are here for other actions, and allows for the commission to actually see not only that action, so like a general large scale, but also look at the parking as part of that action. So it's kind of can see the entirety as a whole, rather than having one set of actions at the BSA and one set of actions at the City Planning Commission. At the public hearing, there were some requests to look at, are there other types of permits that should be made applicable to? So today, the proposal allows them for large-scale general developments and large-scale residential developments. And in looking in the zoning resolution, the special permits available there that are similar, we recommend adding that the special permit for bulk modifications on waterfront blocks, which is kind of similar to the general large-scale special permit, also have this ability so that the commission can see both that action and parking as part of that single action. On this also, there are findings associated with that permit as it was set forth as part of the referred application. And one of those findings was that the proposed change to parking would result in a better site plan with better quality open areas. And as written, the provision could be read to imply that the only use for parking reduction would be open space. And one of the things I think that we heard as part of a lot of the public hearing testimony was it could be used for things like new affordable housing development. It could be used for new neighborhood services. And we want to make sure that that wasn't by kind of just the wording not allowed as part of the commission's review of an application. To kind of simplify this, we would only want that finding would be changed to so that it only results in a better site plan, and all of the other findings that exist for large scales would continue to exist, but this would just make sure that it had a broader applicability. Last, MX districts. So as a whole, the proposal allows long-term care facilities to utilize the provisions of affordable senior housing. And that means for FAR and building envelope, it actually requires them. One of the things that is unclear for MX districts, which is for all other places, we actually tell people when you're a community facility in that section of the zoning resolution, go follow the rules for affordable senior housing. That same reference isn't made in the MX districts, and so it was unclear what rules actually apply in MX districts. The intent was to allow all the same kinds of uses to be allowed there, and so we would recommend adding some additional language in the MX districts text to ensure that that same idea of long-term care facilities utilize the same provisions for affordable senior housing would continue to exist. It's just by not having the reference, there was some uncertainty for practitioners of what actually applies there. So those are the kind of technical changes that we thought we wanted to make sure we correct or kind of address, mainly under the idea that we want to make sure that the proposal is in line with how we've talked about it and how the materials for it. And so there's a lot of them. There's a lot of pieces of the proposal, but these are them.
Thank you, Frank. Mr. Knuckles.
We'll get memoranda delineating everything that's been shared today, right?
You will.
Transcripts.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you want to rely on your memory for all of this.
No, and my stenographic skills aren't that good anymore, so I need to.
Any other questions or comments on this at the moment? Ms. Levin.
Probably the issue we heard most of, well, I won't say that. There were some There's some headliners up there, but one of them had to do with the permanence of affordable senior housing. And I think we all understand the technical reasons why the space created under this zoning can only be occupied by that use. But I take it you're not, from our conversation last week and the omission here, you're not doing anything to the text to emphasize that point?
I think what we heard as kind of a recommendation from you all was to make that very clear in the CPC report, how that works, because that as a rule is the rule of zoning. And so by kind of trying to clarify it for this one use, kind of calls it more into question with other uses.
Yeah.
And that's the way I didn't include things that
Okay.
we were just going to address.
No, I think you heard that from us as a fallback. I was struck by you maybe weren't around when we had the pre-hearing review for the special Sheepshead Bay text, which has a little tweak in it to clarify that something that shouldn't apply but often gets misinterpreted, in fact. Anyway, we are approving a clarifying text, albeit in a much more minor situation. This one has drawn so much attention that minimum it should be in the report, but I would think we could help this out a lot by having it in the text. But I know you're in a much more complex situation now than you are when we're talking about it at the commission, so.
Well,
as long
I
as
think
it's in the
you
report.
understand that this is the implications of reiterating something that we think is clear in the text, the downside risk of that in terms of opening up other things that we think are clear in the text to possible legal interpretation from others is something we really all want to avoid if we can. So,
Okay. But we are confirming that it is permanent.
yes.
Yeah. Good.
Mr. Cirillo.
Frank, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frank, I'm sorry to ask you to do this, but I'm just confused based on, the parking issue. The one is parking, the word comes up in a variety of places, but the existing affordable housing explanation, could you just go over that for me one more time?
So so if you have an existing building with affordable housing in it, in the transit zone, you are able to lower or remove that parking only by discretionary action. That's for regular affordable housing. If you have affordable senior housing, it's kind of special type, the age restrictions, the income restrictions, and everything.
So both for, we'll say non-senior affordable housing and for senior affordable housing.
For affordable senior housing, I was going to go then give those specific rules for that too.
Okay.
Which is within the transit zone, affordable senior housing would be able to remove or kind of lessen the parking that was required on those sites as of right. There wouldn't be a need for a discretionary action in the transit zone.
That's right down to zero.
That's right. Outside the transit zone, if you had parking and you were part of an affordable senior housing building, you would only be able to remove or modify parking by discretionary action.
I.e. special permit?
BSA special permit.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right, and that was true for both.
But is the floor, am I remembering this correctly, is the floor 10% or you're saying
That's
complete
correct.
elimination?
It's 10%
Okay.
out for affordable senior housing outside the transit zone.
Okay.
Right, so that's actually, I should clarify that. If you had a parking requirement of 30% for affordable senior housing and it was outside the transit zone, you couldn't go by that BSA discretionary action down to 0. You could go to 10%.
Got it.
You still had to have parking outside the transit zone.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
In the memorandum, it's got,
That Ken's getting.
I think the nature of this clarification is a little bit clear when you talk about ordinary affordable housing, in the transit zone, which if it were new, doesn't have a requirement, but if it is existing, the parking is there and you can't take it away except by special permit. And I think the idea is that once there are people living in the building, using the parking, you can't take it away except by special permit, and that's the nature of this clarification.
Okay. Any other questions at the moment? Okay, so thank you, Frank. That's it? Yes, Ms. Levin.
So we'll have a bunch of significant homework to do in looking at the draft report and the
Yes, you
revised
will.
text. What's the kind of timetable do you think you're
We'd like
on?
to get it to you, we're going to try to get it to you well in advance of when we usually get it to you. Let me put it that way. As opposed to giving you an absolute date when we get it to you. Because
There we go.
Needless to say, we'd all like to see, a lot is going into the draft report here, and so
Yeah,
we
and I should
wanna
back up and
give
say, I
you-
know you have significant homework to do too, so.
Indeed, and I would like to see the draft report also, so, well in advance. So, and we do want to get your comments on the draft report, so not to, not
Can we
to,
get the
would-
Knuckles memorandum before that, though?
We could,
yes, I
talking
think
about
we
these
can.
changes.
Yes, yes.
I would note for your homework, on Friday, the the FEIS for ZQA will be part of your packages.
This
So-
coming Friday.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's a week's head start.
Right. But we understand a lot is
Yeah.
going into the report here, and we do want to get a draft to you as soon as we can.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Okay, let's now go to item number 12, Brooklyn Post hearing follow-up for East New York. We have Winston and Corinza and Corin and Corinza and you and HPD. Thank you.
Let me just say, I know you, we've all had a number of long sessions over the last month or so. So this is our first introduction to a post-hearing discussion on East New York. So today, our real focus is going to be on the housing front, and then there'll be other, many other aspects of this that we'll come at a later point. But we wanted to at least start the discussion on housing. So, Corey?
Right, sure. So yes, as the chairman mentioned, today we're going to focus on housing. HPD is here to respond to some of the issues raised at the public hearing. And on February 1st, the next review session, we'll be joined by SBS and EDC to discuss further some of the economic development issues. So first, we want to briefly recap the public hearing that was held on January 6th. This was, we felt, a really productive hearing. There were 66 speakers, and it was fairly evenly split in terms of the number of speakers in favor of the proposal and against. Just in terms of general overview of what the comments were, there was actually very few comments on the zoning proposal itself. Most of the testimony that we heard was concentrated on issues around housing and economic development, among other issues related to the plan. So some of the key things we heard was a desire on the part of community residents to make sure that this plan protects existing tenants from displacement. We also heard from representatives of the city about their commitment to provide legal representation for tenants and some of their new outreach efforts with the mobile van, et cetera, that HPD is here to discuss in a little more detail. HPD also spoke about some of their new programs, such as the Green Preservation Program that's launching soon. We also heard a lot about the needs of homeowners in East New York. This area has a high concentration of 1 to 4 family homes. That's a predominant housing type in East New York, and so we heard a lot about the needs of these homeowners and fears around speculation in the neighborhood recently. And we did hear from representatives of the city around resources for homeowners, including low-interest loans, repair programs, and resources for homeowners that, again, HPD will speak a little more about. We also heard from residents that people want to see more affordable housing being guaranteed at lower affordability levels. We also heard that affordable housing should serve a broad range of income levels. We heard a lot of different viewpoints on this. We also heard from HPD a commitment that city subsidized projects would be 100% affordable, any development subsidized by HPD, and targeted to households at or below 60% of AMI. We also heard from members of the development community stating that the current market in East New York does not support multifamily construction without subsidy, and people feel that the subsidy will be needed for the foreseeable future in East New York, as well that increased density is needed to allow multifamily affordable housing to be built. We heard from representatives of Phipps Houses, who owns a large property in East New York where they hope to build 1,000 units of affordable housing once this zoning is in place to allow residential development on that site, as well as their goals of developing retail and community facilities. We also heard a lot related to economic development, around support for small businesses, support for industrial businesses in the industrial business zone and elsewhere, and a desire to see job creation in East New York. We also heard from city agencies working on these issues. SBS testified regarding the Workforce One Center that will be built in East New York and Brownsville, and EDC and SBS spoke about the Hire NYC program, which will require that positions projects where, with receiving city subsidy, post open positions through the workforce system. We also heard about community resources and a desire to see a broad range of investments in the community along with this rezoning, including in schools and emergency services. DOT testified regarding their Atlantic Avenue project to improve pedestrian safety, parks regarding their parks improvements projects, including City Line Park, and FDNY testified regarding their ability to continue providing emergency services in the neighborhood, and then actually increased public safety that could result from new development. So again, today we want to focus really on these housing issues, and HPD is here to present briefly in a little more detail some of the topics that were raised at the hearing, and then we can take questions on housing or other topics.
Thank you. And I think you all know Deputy Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you. During our conversations with the community, we heard many concerns about housing in the neighborhood, particularly around affordability and potential displacement of low to moderate income families. I also said in previous testimonies that you know, the housing plan itself is a living document. The market will continue to affect the neighborhood in various ways and sometimes unpredictable ways. So in the plan itself, there's a commitment by HPD at the back end that basically says that we will continue to issue annual progress reports on market trends in the neighborhood, changing demographics, housing prices, housing costs, et cetera, so that people are aware of the changes. And that every 3 years we would actually then develop and issue a more comprehensive evaluation and assessment tool by which neighborhoods, and particularly in East New York right now that we're discussing, will have a chance to sort of engage with HPD on retooling some of the proposals that we have made in the plan. So again, the idea is that we knew that the housing market was going to continue to affect the neighborhood, and we wanted to make sure and commit to the neighborhood that we were going to continue to plan with them and respond to ongoing and changing needs as markets change. So over the past year, we've worked closely and continue to work with elected officials, community organizations, housing advocates to dive deep into the core concerns. Creating a set of strategies to preserve existing affordable housing, protect tenants, assist small homeowners, and develop new deeply affordable units. And I say deeply affordable units because we did go deeper in any of our other in our term sheets in East New York, and to respond to some of the comments that we heard and that you heard in the various hearings. We feel it's important to reiterate that because the majority of the housing stock in East New York is unregulated, The market pressures have increased as a result of that, and the population is growing very rapidly, ultimately increasing the supply of new, deeply affordable housing as the primary key to addressing many of the community stabilization and displacement concerns. Housing production with a zoning overlay of MIH is also key to ensuring continued access to affordable housing in East New York over time. As we move forward with the hearings and reviews, we heard three main particular areas of concern that we'd like to talk to you about today. Thank you. Anti-displacement and anti-harassment strategies, which you heard a lot about, options and protections for small homeowners, and the affordability commitments that are in the plan that we've made with the community. So we'll start out by the anti-displacement and anti-harassment discussion that will be presented by Assistant Commissioner Brent Meltzer.
You can call me Brent. Hi, good afternoon. So, at the hearing, I think we all heard quite a bit about people very concerned about being displaced. We also heard actually specific calls for an anti-harassment zone in East New York. Before I sort of talk about the anti-harassment zone, though, I did want to speak a little bit about what the city's doing right now and what has been doing in this community to address sort of displacement and harassment. And some of this is reiterating what we've talked about, but I can give you some updates as well as like what's actually come from it. So for instance, the legal services, they said we've given $36 million. The contracts have been awarded. And so that's going to be in all the rezoning areas. The 7 that have been announced right now will be $36 million for lawyers. I know legal services and legal aid, where I came from, they have an office actually out in East New York right now, taking in referrals. They've helped, since November, through the end of November, 90 buildings, and have helped approximately 870 households through either getting repairs, harassment, eviction, like that. We also have the anti-harassment task force. As our Deputy Commissioner Mustucello testified, we really haven't seen much of an uptick in harassment right now in this neighborhood, although we're continuing to monitor that. But through our investigations, we were able to find legal construction in 3 properties in the neighborhood. So not a large amount, but we were able to at least find that. There's also the tenant support unit, which is run out of HRA, which are workers who go door to door and talk to residents in East New York and tenants particularly, and assist them with harassment or repairs. They've been roughly 3,500 contacts, about 9,000 door knocks, but about 3,500 contacts. They've actually spoken with a person, and they've opened around 467 intakes, which could be multiple issues, and they've resolved about 160 of those intakes right now, and they continue to work in these neighborhoods, knocking on doors and helping tenants get the resources that they need so that they're not harassed and can get repairs. We also have our mobile van now that HPD has. It's out there 3 days a week, the corner of Pitkin and Van Sicklin, and also Sutter and Chestnut from 9:30 to 3:30. We've had mostly tenants come into that van, but we also can assist homeowners as well with that. Something that I'm in charge of are the tenant resource fairs, which I don't know if you've heard much about these, but we've retooled these so that they are now more fairs. They're actually resources with both city agencies and nonprofits who a tenant can just basically go to a table and get assistance right then and there. We held one last year with Cypress Hills and the local council members. We're about to, hopefully, I think in March, we're trying to hammer out a place. We've been trying with Councilmember Espinal to have another one in this neighborhood and really get the word out. The good thing is, I think the last time we did it, we were still trying to figure out how to do our advertising and get the word out, and I think we're getting better at that. At our landlord resource fairs, which we'll talk about in a different section, we've been getting between 150 and 200 people at our last 3 fairs, which is a significant uptick than we've had in the past. Then we reached out to the tenant protection unit at HCR previously, and they're doing audits of rent registrations in some of the rezoning areas, including East New York. So for rent stabilized properties, if there's any untoward upticks in rents and the registrations, they can also find those. And then finally, you can see all on the left-hand side, all that we do with our Office of Enforcement and Neighborhood Services. Some highlights is they've spent roughly $300,000 in emergency repairs in this neighborhood. And a new program's the Underlying Conditions Program. They've ID'd and corrected 7 buildings for underlying conditions. So that's sort of what we're sort of doing right now on the ground, and we're still trying to figure out other means of protecting tenants. One of the things we've talked about is possibly having a right to return as a preference within our preferences. I'm not supposed to talk too much about preferences just because of litigation, but we're definitely also exploring other ideas that we can protect tenants. So we've also started evaluating the anti-harassment zones. I mean, we've harassed them in the past. But I'm going to go first over just the process of the anti-harassment zones. I think it's really important that we're talking the same language. Yeah. Oh,
Sure.
by all means.
Question, on presumably on the moment, at this moment on what HPD is doing now?
Yes.
Okay.
Before you shift to
Sorry, yes,
the
I talked
assessment. 90 buildings, 187 households on the legal, what period of time was that? And I'm just wondering,
That's a great question. I'm trying to remember when it first started. It was announced in February. They probably started like April or May, and it's through November. So probably 5 to 6 months. Just don't quote me completely on that, but probably roughly anywhere between 4 and 6 months, I would say.
and it would be helpful, certainly that's a lot of potential cases in a relatively short period of time.
Yep.
And it may impact on the next part of what you're going to present about the nature of those cases and how many of them, if there were an anti-harassment special district, would be impacted, if one existed. Obviously there's displacement that can be prevented and there's displacement that can't be prevented, right? And so it would be helpful to know whether or not those resources were helpful in some way.
So you want the outcomes, basically outcomes, whether, like what happened to those tenants who got the
Or,
assistance?
yeah, you've done this before.
I have,
In
a couple
detail.
ti- a couple times.
So I think you know which ones are actually likely to also result in positive outcomes versus not, under current rules, and which ones, because there's not existing levers, are not likely to result in anything
Right.
positive.
I actually wasn't working in legal services when this money came in, so I can't speak to what they're taking. I think they are still trying to even with this money, there's still always a need, and so I know when I was there, we used to always try to prioritize it. I think what Commissioner Deleuze is getting at is that in unregulated housing, there's not, a lawyer can only do so much.
Right,
They
just
definitely
delay
get
the inevitable.
repairs. I'm
Right.
sorry, what was that?
You delay the inevitable mostly.
Sometimes, yes, that's correct. But in regulated housing, there's a broader
Right.
assistance.
And if I may, one more thing.
Of course.
And remind me if this is still the case, but families that are undocumented are unable to be represented by.
I don't believe that's correct. That was just
Okay.
my office, because
Okay.
we got my old office, because we got federal funding, and that's what's limited us. Legal aid can absolutely represent undocumented individuals.
Okay, obviously in certain neighborhoods, that's more predominance than
Absolutely.
others, and that's a concern.
Yeah, so the awardees were Legal Services, Legal Aid, and LEAP, which is a consortium of different local, so like Brooklyn A would be the one that probably working here primarily, and MFY. And the only one would be Legal Services NYC that couldn't represent documented, but they work very closely with Legal Aid, so when there's a situation like that, they refer them over to Legal Aid.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Knuckles?
I think you kind of answered it, but I just wanted to specify, in an unregulated housing situation, and a family is confronted, or the tenants are confronted with a tripling of rent, what are the options in those circumstances? What is HPD going to do?
Well,
Or
I think
can it do?
that's, right, I think that's the whole point of this plan, actually. That's what Deputy Commissioner Hernandez was sort of getting at, alluding to, is part of the reasons rents are tripling is because more people are moving here, and we don't have enough housing
Right.
stock. And so I think part of the answer is that by building housing, we lower the pressure on rents, maybe not reduce them, but at least lower the pressure. And then by building affordable housing, we also not only reduce the pressures, but then also create a stock where people can actually move into as well. So it's sort of, that's the biggest tool, and that's part of the reason why we're doing this, is to get ahead of the market, because, the market is slowly moving east in Brooklyn. It just is. I know when I was at Legal Services, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, it wasn't there, and now it is, so.
So there's no immediate solution to that situation. You just have to expand housing
There's
stock
not,
and try
I
to...
think, like I said, we've looked at potentially right to return as a preference. So if you're displaced from the neighborhood, that could be a way. I was like, well, that's a great idea. And then I sat down with the policy person who was looking at that. And when you actually delve into it, it's actually a lot more complicated to come up with a program to really hit at it and not go too broad, but not go too narrow as well. So it is definitely something we're looking at, and we're thinking of some other options as far as protections for folks. But, again, the DEIS, and this was for the whole area, that wasn't just for the area that's being rezoned, was sort of saying that 50,000 people were at risk of indirect displacement, but that was without any action. That was just, what's happening in the market. And so the idea is to build more housing so that we can sort of at least alleviate some of that pressure and build some affordable housing at the same time, capture some of that. Is that helpful? This is a good segue into the anti-harassment zones, because actually, whether a building is, thank you, G, whether a building is regulated or unregulated makes a difference in how it applies. So I want to talk about our evaluations, at least our beginning and evaluation of the program. But I apologize to those of you who know the program well, but I think it's really important that we understand how it works and what it covers so that we're talking the same language. So the way an anti-harassment zone works is that in a zone where it's overlaid, an owner must apply to HPD for what's called a certificate of no harassment before the departments will issue a permit, and I'll explain which permits that actually applies to. It really only applies, the way it's termed is material alterations, which is, primarily alt ones, but it's not necessarily alt ones. So it's basically an increase or decrease in the number of dwelling units in the property. Alter the layout or configuration of any portion of the dwelling units, alter layout or configuration of any of the kitchens or bathrooms, or demolish or change the use of the property, either apartments or public space. So that's the only places where it actually applies. It doesn't go into like minor repairs or anything else. In some ways, I'm not sure we'd want that because then that would slow down repairs getting done. It also only applies to a certain set of buildings. It's basically multiple dwellings, which are 3+ unit properties. And similar to rent stabilization, I don't know if most people don't know that the rent stabilization applies to all buildings in New York City. It's just that there's like 20 exemptions, and it just takes out quite a bit, the biggest one being less than 6 units. So under the definition of what the exemptions are, so it's all 3+ units, the largest exemption would be any multiple dwelling initially occupied for residential purposes after January 1st, 1974. That's significant because that's the exact same definition that's in rent stabilization. So, so basically any building that was built or occupied after 74 would not need to get a certificate of no harassment. It also wouldn't be rent stabilized mostly. If we financed it, it might be, but generally it wouldn't be. And then some of the other areas, I'm not going to go through all of them, are city-owned multiple dwellings and multiple dwellings subject to HPD's programs. So, and the process. So what happens is an owner would submit a certificate of no harassment application to HPD. If there is definitive proof of harassment, like a court case or a finding by HCR, they may just ask for a cure. They may not even put in the application. They may come straight to us just to get the cure of the harassment. And we've only had, I think, 4 of these over the last 10 years. Once we get the application, HPD will mail out letters to local stakeholders, current tenants, and past tenants. So we send out fairly broad mailings to solicit information from people just to see whether there was harassment or not. We'll also review HPD and DOB records and any other relevant records we think are available. We also visit the property and talk with tenants, at least the current tenants, and we also try to track down some of the former tenants in certain situations. And then after that, there's recommendations internally, and at some point, one of 3 outcomes can occur. One is, if it's granted, it's basically you get the application and you can build. You can get your permit. It's good for 3 years, and the owner has to file with us an affidavit of no future harassment, and then they can go to the Department of Buildings and get their permit. Second, there can be denied without a hearing. Again, if there's a court order or a DHCR finding of harassment, then it will be denied and they can't get their permit without doing a cure. The final would be an oath hearing. So it's not definitive, but there's at least evidence, reasonable cause to believe that there was harassment. And so then it would go to oath where they have a pre-conference hearing. And the tenants are not parties to that hearing. However, they can appear and occasionally will be there on our behalf to testify. And the hearing officers will at times try to settle the case, get the tenants to agree to some sort of settlement. HPD is allowed to review that settlement and sign off on it. And if that's the case, then the permit will be granted. If there can't be any sort of settlement, it goes to hearing, and then the hearing officer makes a decision whether there was harassment or not, and recommends to HPD who can either deny or grant the application. So all of that, and we're not even talking about cure or anything else, but all of that can take anywhere from 4 to 6 months. I'm sorry, that doesn't include the hearing. So up into the hearing portion, just the investigation and everything else will take 4 to 6 months for us to investigate and determine whether there should be a hearing, whether we should grant the application or not. So if you're the best landlord in the world and you've never said one bad thing to your tenant, it could be 4 to 6 months before you get your permit. When an application is denied, then the owner must, in order to get his permit, his or her permit, must come to HPD and do a cure agreement. And so what ends up happening is that the affordable housing ends up being the outcome of a denial of certificate of harassment. It's not, there's no compensation to the tenants themselves. And so victims of harassment, unless they're living in that property, wouldn't gain any benefit. It's basically the benefit that we receive from that would be additional affordable housing. And you can't do a material alteration without a cure agreement, although you could still do repairs and minor alterations within the property. And then you have a cure agreement with HPD, and you can get the greater of basically 28% of the total residential FAR if it's basically preservation, if you're not really building anything new, or 20% of the new or altered building if you're sort of building on top, and these are for low-income units. The remaining tenants are offered low-income units. So if you're a remaining tenant there, you can be offered a low-income unit, but you have to be income eligible. So if you're not income eligible, you can't move in, and this actually causes issues for us. Because what will happen is the owner may not be able to do a cure agreement because an over-income tenant won't want to give up their apartment for the FAR, or even an under-income tenant may not want to give it up, and so it could slow down the process significantly to actually get to a cure. All right, so that's the process. I'll stop there. I talk really fast, so please don't be bashful in asking me to talk again, but that's sort of the process of how it works.
When you said there was 4 cases in 10
Yeah,
years?
so if you look, from 2006 to 2015, there was overall 4 cases that were either denied or denied with a hearing. And that was it. So it's, and then there's about 108 that were granted. And I'll get into some of how that applies to both unregulated property and regulated property. So let's talk about unregulated property in East New York specifically.
Did anyone have any questions up until this point?
Well, I mean,
Okay.
if those numbers, it's great to see the numbers, certainly, and the analysis. I think that's pretty consistent with, I think, what many of us who are closer to this thought.
Yep.
And I think, the whole deterrent factor obviously can't be measured.
Right.
And can you tell me, how many people are working on those investigations for it to take 4 to 6 months?
We have two investigators and 2 attorneys that work in that's right? Yeah, so we have two attorneys and 2 investigators that work on these, and they work in both the Clinton Special District, Hudson Yards, Williamsburg, although there's not a lot of work in Williamsburg necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of applications, not a lot of.
It's different.
Yeah, and then they also do SRO applications as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Reade?
What's the difference between rejected and denied?
I think rejected is that the application itself was not complete.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Denied is that they actually reviewed it, and they felt that they did not warrant receiving a certificate of no harassment.
And withdrawn just means the applicant withdrew the application at
That's
some
correct, yes. Either
time during the
they
process.
didn't, they decided they're going to sell the building or do something else with it, or they recognized they weren't going to make it, and they probably just went to us purely for a cure.
Okay.
All right. So how does this apply to unregulated properties in East New York? So again, I think we have to remember that this would apply to unregulated properties that are like basically 3+ units that were occupied before 1974. So there's a stock of properties within this within the rezoning area where this would be applied to. And as Commissioner Deleuze, I think you want to call her Michelle.
It's okay, Brad, call me Michelle.
As Michelle and I were sort of discussing, these tenants, there's not really a lot of protections for these types of properties because they're unregulated. An owner doesn't have to harass a tenant out in order to get them out. Basically, your lease expires, you give a 30-day notice, and you have no real legal defenses to remain in a property like that. So, first, this really would create an administrative burden to oversee these types of properties with real no benefit to the tenants in this section. So administrative burden to HPD, but also to the owners. And I was trying to get at the numbers, and I had asked DCP for some of the properties within this area that would be potentially affected by this. And so this isn't everything. This isn't a full analysis, but it's at least a start because I only looked at 3+ unit buildings. There were some that were 1 and 2 units that I took out because they wouldn't apply. Theoretically, it could apply though if they're on an adjoining lot because they do it by lot, not by building. And so theoretically, you could have a 1 or 2 unit building that's next door to a rent stabilized property, and they may not be able to get their certificate of no harassment. So from the DIS, it looks like it would roughly apply to 7 properties that are less than 6 units in the rezoning area, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then when you look at it, according to the DIS, it's roughly 446 units that could be potentially built on those sites. So theoretically, by applying a certificate of no harassment in this area, we would slow or stall the development of those housing, which would presumably, at least in the short run, be affordable housing on this period of time. So take that as you like. And then application to rent stabilized properties. So that's, I don't know if anyone has any questions about the unregulated properties, but that would be one of the impacts it would have on the unregulated stock. And then its application to rent stabilized properties. Again, I wanted to point out the graph. I think we've sort of looked at it. Just there's quite a few granting of the properties, a granting of the applications with a few denials. So basically, we've issued since 2006 4 denials. This is out of a total of 130 applications. And so if you compare the highest, comparing the specific zones, the highest denial rate would be 7% in the Clinton district. So given the highest possible denial rate and East New York's housing stock, we did a simple analysis on the likely outcomes of this policy in the study area as well for rent stabilized stock. We found that there's roughly 49 buildings with a total of 1,600 units in the study area that are likely to be rent stabilized. This is assuming 100% occupancy, so it's probably a little higher than what is stated. So a likely scenario, assuming we get a 7% denial rate of buildings who are harassed in this area over the next 15 years, would lead to a cure, assuming a 30% cure rate. It's sort of, assuming there's like larger buildings and buildings that are just rehab, right? Because you get 20% for a rehab, you get 28% FAR cure for a new construction. But assuming 30% of the units, it would basically create 138 units of affordable housing. So it also, the other thing I would point out is that this again only applies to material alterations. And so in situations where they're not altering the configuration of the properties, this would not apply. So in a rent stabilized property where if they were able to harass or evict a tenant out and they just are improving the apartment, they're not reconfiguring in any way, they wouldn't necessarily need to get a certificate of no harassment in that as well. So, so we could expect about 150 units to be produced from an anti-harassment zone. It's part of the cure provision if we were to enact it and cover the 1,600 units.
Could you, Brent, briefly describe, I guess, there's a difference between, this is applicable in Williamsburg, Clinton, Hudson's Yards. Are there differences among those areas?
Yes, I mean, I think the stock, I can't actually, I don't know the Hudson Yards that well, but I know Clinton versus the Williamsburg Greenpoint district. Williamsburg Greenpoint is primarily manufacturing. There wasn't a lot of residential in that, it's my understanding.
And so different, different provisions in how Williamsburg and Clinton are.
I don't believe there's much difference. Am I? Yeah. Right. The provisions are the same. It's just what the housing stock is there that's different. So. All right, and the look back. Right, that's right. So it's a 15-year look back. Although HPD has the right to go back to the referral date, which is whatever's placed in the zoning text. In Clinton, it's 1973. In Greenpoint, Williamsburg, I think it's 2004, 2005. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, you had referred to, I thought you had suggested that all investigation, that buildings had to be occupied at 1974. I thought that's the date that the Special Clinton District text became effective. I think for all these other rezonings, the date a building had to be occupied was effectively when that rezoning went into effect. The point here is not to generate units out of the cure.
Right.
So I think your analysis, while very interesting about the number of units that could be produced by, we want no units produced by the cure here.
Agreed.
We want the tenants to be taken care of.
I agree, as well, yes, so I agree with that. But it is definitely something that does come from it. There are some that do get generated. I think it's limited, and so, right, that gets to the deterrence question of whether this
right,
deters
which is
or
a
not.
much harder thing to measure. But
right, we've struggled with that. Again, I'm probably the biggest advocate for something like this in HPD, and I had questions on it, just looking at it, in depth, especially around the material alteration. When I was doing work in Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy, people weren't necessarily reconfiguring properties. They were just improving them. They were, fixing them up, increasing the rents, and, I don't know if it would fit under this regime.
Well, that's the classic scenario. But maybe this is jumping ahead. I realized after sitting through the hearing, how would the cure work in a mandatory inclusionary housing zone?
I'm not sure, as
If
far as
there-
it works, I don't think we've worked it through
Yeah,
necessarily. I think
but
what
if
we
no
have
matter
done-
what development is going to require 20% affordable
Well,
housing.
It's not, it's additional in the inclusionary, it would be additional to, and in 421A as well, right? It's additional, so it's not, it couldn't, the MIH would not be.
Would not.
Yeah, and then that leaves questions of feasibility and whether there's that issue, right? If we're already requiring 25, 30%, and then we're requiring an additional 20 or 28%, getting up to 50, 55%.
Yeah. Although it's possible that a property owner will look at that MIH requirement and view that in the same way as they'd view the harassment provisions. Oh, man, if I'm going to have to build 20 or 30% affordable in this project, maybe I'm going to leave my nice little building alone for now and leave those tenants in place. Maybe the MIH requirement on smaller properties will have a similar deterrent effect.
I don't know if I can speak to that. Rhetorical, right.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
I don't know, so that's all I have on this for the most part.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's
Any other questions to Brent on?
Of course, right, sorry. I know
Go for it.
everybody's a little tired. So what will HPD's process be at this point? Obviously, I think people are, we heard about 3,000 units are potentially the pool that this could apply to if we were to have an anti-harassment special district here. And again, considering the number of units that potentially could be created, preventing harassment and preventing displacement as a result of harassment, it seems like a very valid point. So what's the process with HPD at this point?
So first, I think the 3,000 is from the community board. It's not within the study area. I think it's around 1,600, at least what I have from our team was 1,600 within the study area. So I think it's still, absolutely. Every stabilized apartment is important. I fought many a battle for them. I think we are going to continue to look at this provision and other ways that we can potentially provide, assistance to folks in this neighborhood to make sure that they're not displaced. Right? I think the stabilized stock's a different stock than like the unregulated stock. The unregulated stock, they're going to be displaced with or without this action, where the stabilized stock, we can potentially do stuff. I think legal services is a good start in that direction, potentially the right to return or some of the other ideas that are sort of percolating right now, I think is what we're trying to figure out. This is a blunt tool. There's no doubt about it. It's a broad tool. It's going to, that's what deterrence tools generally are. They're very, very broad. The question is it going to work against our purposes in trying to build affordable housing? And that's what I was sort of trying to get at the unregulated part, is that there will be a trade-off. If we go that broad, it's going to capture things we don't want to necessarily capture. And so is there other tools that we could use to be a little more precise? And it protects the tenants in a deterrence way, but when the actual remedies happen, it does affect the tenant in that way either, right? Obviously, we get the cure units, we don't get anything for that tenant. Again, taking aside the deterrence factor.
Although I guess I'm sort of new to this. I recognize the process side of it, and the issues that Ms. Levin and Ms. Deluz have brought up in the past, which is it's difficult to evaluate the deterrence factor here, if not impossible.
Right. I think that's right. What I would get worried and concerned about is that this becomes like the silver bullet, it's definitely not, right?
Right.
Yeah, but what I was going to say, sorry, what I meant was that it's because like owners can just sort of, they can squeeze around, right? Like that's what they go to different ways. And so how do we make it so that it's honed in on exactly what we want.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is one of many, many different anti-harassment and anti-displacement tools that the city should be thinking about implementing here and everywhere, and, you know, that in terms of, I mean, you know, I obviously would be somebody who would be supportive of this going beyond just the 15 neighborhoods. But that's, you know, for another conversation another time. But it's just one of many tools, and because we can't measure the deterrence factor, and the belief certainly among advocates is that it's very real as a deterrence factor, it just seems, and considering there is real displacement going on, and there's real threats of displacement going on, it just seems like something not to put aside.
I mean, just, you know, just trying to separate out the displacement factor from the harassment factor, because they're really two different things, and in harassment also encompasses displacement for sure, but especially in a place like East New York, the greater risk is, especially if, and actually let me ask you as a former legal services lawyer, on the harassment side, at least legally, it just seems to me that the deployment of legal services has a significant anti-harassment component to it, just because at least if lawyers are saturated in the area.
I know what Michelle's
and they're
going to say
good.
to this, so
But-
I probably agree with her.
But
It's a tool. It's a tool.
For the period it's there.
It's a tool, and it's useful for what it is. I think it's a good tool. I think it's obviously helping people in this neighborhood. Is it the only tool? I don't think it should only be the only tool, right? I don't think any of us would disagree with that. You know, just getting back to your point, Michelle, is I think that's right. It's a tool, and it's something that we should be looking at, but we also have to be mindful of what it could do, right? Unintended consequences, which is why I wanted to look at.
the price you pay for using the tool.
Exactly, right? It could slow down development of housing. It may not actually protect, you know, who's it protecting and how's it protecting. I think that's some of the stuff we're looking at and trying to figure out if there's other tools that could potentially be used as a sort of an alternative to it.
Those are reasonable.
Mr. Reade.
Right, and that's a good point. I mean, and the other thing is we haven't seen a large uptick in, at least according to our deputy commissioner who oversees this, we haven't seen a large uptick yet of any harassment. It just may well be because
But we
they
have
don't need
seen
to.
870 cases.
This is true, but they could be, you know, I need to get the outcomes. They could be repair cases. I mean, we
Right.
don't know what they are, and so that's a good point. I do need to get those. But yeah, people need help.
Just a quick follow-up. In HPD's internal deliberations, are you focusing or thinking about the anti-harassment zone more for the regulated units as opposed to the unregulated units? It seemed like the unregulated units would just be unwieldy and not very productive.
And we may actually want some of those to be developed. I'm not sure it's a good tool for, I don't think it's less about us thinking. I think a lot of advocates would agree it's not necessarily a very good tool for unregulated housing.
Right, no, I'm agreeing.
It's pretty, I mean, harassment, the reason people harass and unstabilized properties is because they just
They
can't
can't do it,
evict,
right.
and so that's how they get rid of them, and that's why it's a good tool in something
So
like that. where
in
you
this
wanna
discussion,
suppress.
we're really focusing more on the regulated units as a possibility.
It is, but then that starts raising questions, like, I had some ideas, and then, like, this is the lawyer mind, you give an idea, and then you start going on and on about something else, like, oh, well, this might raise step problems, this might raise preemption problems, and so there's, you know, once you start, you know, this was challenged back in the late 80s, and was found to be constitutional and within our powers. If you start changing it, then you're opening yourselves up for more, you know, litigation as well, and so you want to be on really firm, solid ground when you do that as well.
Understood.
Ms. Efron.
So on the displacement as opposed to the anti-harassment, it's really carrots and sticks, right?
Yes.
And in the case of the carrots, there's the green housing program, though I might have that name wrong. But one of the people testifying mentioned that it was a complicated program and required landlords to have really personal and specific information from their tenants. Are there other things you're looking at? I don't know if that's true, but that was what was stated. Are there other program qualifications you're looking for? Are there other programs besides the Green Housing Initiative?
That's actually
For small homes.
It's a great, that's a great segue into actually the next section.
Oh, okay, happy to do that. I didn't mean to end conversation if there were other questions.
Any other questions for Brent? Okay,
Thanks for doing that research.
thank you.
Well, it was mostly other people, but present.
So we did focus our initial comments on the anti-harassment, anti-displacement strategy we heard so much about, and as Brent was speaking, I realized that maybe we should have embedded a bit more on the preservation work that we also are doing, including the green production program. It has launched. The contracts are being signed, and they're going to launch the program this winter, later this winter. The initial steps will be, and we've been talking to Espinal's office, the initial steps will actually be, because he made a comment, it was sort of funny, that you don't want to have some contractor go to someone's door, knock on the door, and just sort of start talking about the screen preservation program, but to actually maybe send out flyers. So we're going to work with his office and some of the CDCs in the area to get flyers out prior to people then doing door knocking. But the program is actually made to be as user-friendly as possible, so that the landlord, the owner of the property, doesn't have to know much about weatherization, water efficiency or energy efficiency programs. So part of it is that the contractor is someone who's been certified to be able to do the assessment for the homeowner. They'll give them a menu of options, the ones that will have the highest impact on reducing energy and water, particularly, and the owner will then have the chance to sort of go through the menu of options available to them. So we're trying to make it as user-friendly as possible, and again, it will start later this winter. So that wasn't part of what we were able to tell earlier because we weren't sure when it was going to be able to launch when we signed the contract. So it's exciting that that's happening. The other one on the
One quick one on that. What is the median amount that an owner could save, or is there any projected savings?
Well, part of the way that they'll do the assessment is that they'll give the calculations of what types of energy
I see,
improvements they're
so
going to do,
session.
and that will come with the reduction in energy, which will then be analyzed as reduction in its economic impact on their utility bill or whatever the bill is going to be.
So if an owner participates, does that owner then have an obligation to its tenants?
To do, I'm sorry?
An owner participates in the green building program.
Mm-hmm.
What benefits are there to his tenants, his or her tenants?
Well, the idea is that the improvements would be in each of the individual tenants, and they'll work with the tenants in notifying them of improvements in their units. Is that, yeah, do you have something else?
Depends on the lease.
So the program, the program is launched. We have a couple they're not done yet, but we are trying to close a couple in the green housing preservation program itself. What's launching is the community-based accelerator, which is an outreach program. But the way it would assist tenants, well, current tenants would get the water savings and they get to stay, but then it would also, there would be a regulatory agreement that will be attached to the properties, and it'll income restrict new tenants coming in. And so...
And existing tenants?
Existing tenants, I need to check on that. I think there's a cap, but like we don't want to displace people necessarily in these units. And so, you don't want to work against that. So, but I got to check to see like what the requirement is for the existing tenants, but definitely for newcoming tenants coming in, they would be income capped. And the regulatory agreements, they span from 15 years to 30 years. We did a little less because in some instances we're not giving a lot of support. It might just be for a boiler or something limited, but if it's a more investment, then it'd be a 30-year regulatory agreement. Does that make sense? Yeah, there's some are 0%, low to no interest loans.
Obviously, I think the biggest one, anything that I think helps bring more building owners into the regulatory framework, I think is a helpful thing.
Yep.
I'm just trying to think about this, though, from the perspective of one of HPD's homeownership programs that my organization has participated in. And, you know, in some cases, the limitations on how much rent can increase for the existing tenants or new tenants that occupy could be many years shorter than 15. And to the extent, I mean, normally I'm the kind of person that says go for as many years as possible, but in order to try to encourage building owners to participate in such things. Obviously, the number of years, if it can be ratcheted back, you might get higher uptick of homeowners participating.
Yes. And I
So-
think that was the thinking on the GHPP, to sort of see how that works and whether the 15 years will be more enticing to people. We have our other loan programs, which are 30 years and longer, but we are giving significantly more money in those. I think there was some exploration around water and some tax, and
Right.
that didn't go far, partly because of Albany, but, so I think there's definitely thinking like that on our end. Now, GHPP only applies to 5+ unit buildings as well, just to be clear. It's not like a 2 or 3 unit property that would apply to. We have other products for that.
And is there any consideration for, let's say, 5 to 7 years, if there's more modest money that they take advantage of?
I'm a little floored that you're.
I am willing to think about many things.
Yeah, 545, right. I think it's been talked about. I'm not sure we're at any phase of implementing anything like that at this point. So my unit is a new unit, and part of our job is preservation and thinking about preservation. And so we're starting a little bit of market research. We're starting a little bit of mailings and outreach to kind of see what happens in monitoring that. And I think from that we can also kind of gauge. And I think you're right. I suspect if you're not willing to sign a regulatory agreement, it's not going to matter the length, but that may not be true. And so I think as we gain more data, that might drive some of our thing. We're also doing a thing called the help desk with CPC and Enterprise, where we're tracking the data of the people that we're speaking with, again, to kind of infuse what we're offering and how to make our programs more enticing to
User-friendly.
people. Yeah, exactly. So we are thinking about it. It takes some time though, just to get it out there.
Sorry.
And
Ms.
GHPP that
Wait a
talks
second,
about
Ms.
screening.
Efron.
Though perhaps you can answer it. So really the tool here is low-interest financing on improvements?
0 to 1%
Is there
interest.
anything else besides that? I'm only asking because contractors also offer this to homeowners or to building owners, where they will pay the improvements. So I without a regulatory agreement. So, and I think Con Edison also has a program that's low interest. Maybe this is in concert with you, but I don't know.
It is definitely in concert. So there's the larger building retrofit, I mean, what it's called, the retrofit accelerator, which is for 50+ unit buildings. And that one, they're supposed to just assess and kind of be an open broker. Here is for the smaller properties. We also do have tax benefits as well that we can potentially throw in the mix. So
Okay, and I don't mean to get into the weeds of 545 on this. It just, trying to think from an owner's perspective, it doesn't sound substantive enough for a
I think-
regulatory agreement.
Look, it's more of a struggle when the interest rates are very low because we're competing on the market with, we have to provide gap financing or our own financing. I do think that our tax relief that's what sort of these days gets people in the door is, offering, especially on the larger properties, offering to basically give them a tax exemption, and that does have a little bit more sway.
Okay.
And it is being done in collaboration with Con Ed. Just regarding the options and protections for small homeowners, I'm just going to go through this list, but we haven't really talked too much about the cease and desist zones that we've begun talking with the state and actually here in the City Hall about cease and desist zones. We heard a lot from that small owners are being harassed to sell. In addition to working with partners on housing counseling, we're supporting the communities and cities' efforts to establish a cease and desist zone in East New York through the New York Department of State to protect homeowners from unwanted solicitation. Homeowners in a cease and desist zone can notify the Department of State that they no longer wish to receive mailings, phone calls, or in-person visits about selling their homes from real estate brokers and other individuals, or they may risk their losing their license, their broker's license. So we're pursuing that right now. And again, I want to say that a lot of the stuff that we'll be talking about through this list are programs and refining and new ideas like the cease and desist zone that are live, and they will continue to expand and grow and shrink based on what we hear is working in the neighborhoods that we're working in. So this is what we're deploying. The other one is the homeowner repair program, small home repair program. It's targeting 1 to 4 family buildings, which make up, as you know, a large portion of the housing stock in East New York, and HPD is working to increase awareness of its small home repair programs through what you heard earlier, the van that's now out in the neighborhood, through our tenant resource programs and homeowner small building fairs as well, so that low-income homeowners can make critical repairs to their buildings and resist pressures to raise rents or sell. So we're working with NHS to award $2 million that exist in city council funds for project help, and up to 20,000 loans, it's up to 20,000 per loan per applicant. Loans will be treated as non-repayable grants if the owner remains in his or her home for at least 10 years. NHS is coordinating a marketing plan to advertise citywide. Council offices will be notified, and we've already notified Councilman Espinal's office, and newspaper ads will announce the program early this year, within the next few months. NHS is providing staff and developing a questionnaire for the upcoming weekly East New York clinics, so homeowners can be vetted for eligibility. The next clinic is I believe, this Thursday. Is that right?
Yeah, we're starting this Thursday. We've had some issues trying to get space. Hopefully this Thursday, we're doing robocalls today, and we'll have it over the next couple of weeks.
And based on this outlay of new dollars that came into the doors to be able to assist homeowners, we'll learn more in ways that we can streamline our own internal processes and actually try to be more on the ground in the way that we're notifying people of the loan availability, but as well as the whole documentation and closing process itself. So we're partnering with community organizations to host landlords resource fairs, where building owners can receive a variety of assistance and information about resources from government agencies and nonprofit organizations, including financing, what financing we have available, as well as other of our partners, legal services, weatherization, and housing quality issues, particularly when identifying potential harassment problems. We also have a mobile van, which we heard several times now, is out in East New York 3 times a week. And we hope to increase that up to 5 times a week with information to anyone who wants to step into the van about housing, and it will connect landlords to our resource as well as tenant information about upcoming tenant fairs, and then all the agencies that we work with, whether it's housing counseling, et cetera. We're also partnering with Councilmember Espinal and Neighborhood Housing Services to host a series of weekly clinics where low-income homeowners of small buildings can consult directly with specialists about accessing small home repair loan programs and other financial assistance. As I just said, the first one will be this Thursday at St. Peter's Lutheran Church at 105 High Place in the auditorium from 6:30 to 8 p.m. We also coordinating with council members' office to send out mailers to households about outreach on all these programs and others. Another piece is available to this small building is our partnership with CNYCN. We're coordinating with them who operate the Homeowner Protection Program and the Homeowner Hotline, connecting homeowners at risk of foreclosures in East New York and other neighborhoods with free housing counseling and legal services. There have been 813 homeowners assisted this past year in the zip code that encompasses East New York by over 15 different partner providers such as Cypress Hills, Legal Services, NHS, and others. There's also the home water assistance, which I think we told you about this at the last hearing, but we recently announced the Home Water Assistance Program, which provided a $115 credit that low-income and senior homeowners of 1 to 3 family buildings will see on their year-end water bill. In Council District 37, approximately 770 property owners qualified for the program and received a total benefit of approximately $90,000. There's also the Home First Down Payment Assistance and the NIHOP program, which we've launched this year. We're also increasing outreach to help low-income, first-time home buyers in East New York through the HPD's Home First Down Payment Assistance Program. It helps qualified first-time home buyers earning up to 80% of AMI with up to $15,000 toward the down payment of closing costs in a 1 to 4 family condominium unit. Based on input that we've heard, we're proposing the expansion of the program to include low to moderate income families earning up to 120% of AMI who are still currently priced out of the homeownership market in East New York. This will increase the maximum direct loan by 68% from $15,000 to $25,000 to help offset upfront costs and more stringent home inspection requirements that are part of the loan processing program. This proposal is expected to increase the number of households assisted in East New York by 25%. It will also help first-time home buyers in East New York for the new infill homeownership program, NIHOP, sites that are in the pipeline. So homeowners who are interested in projects that get built out of the NIHOP program can actually use this Home First Loan program to buy a brand-new home built out of that program. Another thing that's come up as well, which we've sort of lightly touched on, but I'll tell you just a little bit more, and it's only because it has to remain extremely confidential because we're still in negotiations. with
Although,
it.
just to warn you, this is being
Yeah,
televised.
Yes.
Not so confidential.
Because we are in confidential negotiations with the FHA. But HPD is working with nonprofits and local elected officials to organize a purchase of distressed FHA mortgages for 1 to 4 unit properties in New York City. This is important for East New York as approximately 6.3% of all city foreclosures are in East New York. We're in East New York. We're working closely with FHA and HUD over the past few months, who agreed to pull a pool of distressed notes from public auction to try to enter into a direct sale with the city. By acquiring the notes, HPD and the nonprofit partner would strive for 100% neighborhood stabilization outcomes to keep homeowners in their homes through mortgage modification when possible, and when foreclosure is inevitable, ensure positive outcomes for the homeowners, the properties, and the community. So that's in process right now. So are there any questions, further questions about the small home outreach program?
Mr. Knuckles.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to clarify, I thought I heard Ben mention,
Brent.
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 You talk fast, so I thought it was Ben.
Come up here.
In order to avail, in order for an owner to avail him or herself of the various incentives here, do they have to submit to I thought I heard you say something about a regulatory environment for them?
So it depends on the size of the property and what program they're using. So the small home programs that we have, there's no regulatory agreement other than for, I think for some, they have to live in the property for, instead of 5, I think it's 10 years. So that's the only thing that we require. There's nothing about the tenants in the small homes, like the 1 to 4s. We do have one program. It can go down to 3 units. We usually do a lot larger than that, where we finance multifamily properties, and those generally have regulatory agreements. But that's where we're giving financing for major, rehabs, moderate and substantial rehabilitations of the properties, as well as the green housing preservation program renovations, which are fairly significant. So, the homeowners stuff is smaller, so if it's a boiler, it's pointing, where the larger loans are for larger things, and that's where we require a regulatory agreement.
And in those cases, the units then come under rent stabilization essentially?
On the larger ones with regulatory agreements, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Ellis.
On the NIHOP, how many units potential could be created through that? Do you know off the top of your head? She knows. She knows everything.
She knows.
Approximately 35.
35 units.
Yeah, it's part of the overall 1,200 units that we.
It's already included.
Find that graph.
Okay.
So it's 35, and that's 35, but it's not necessarily in the zoning area, but it's CD5. So it's in the general vicinity.
Okay.
That would be 45, yes. Our math is terrible.
So the question, I mean, again, I appreciate you guys are trying to think of every possible thing, that's going to try to incent or require people so that we can have the desired outcome. The question I keep asking, which seems to people have a hard time, I think, answering, and maybe because we really don't know the answer, is, how many total homeowners do we think we could possibly reach with this, and how many displacement, how much displacement could we really prevent as a result of doing all of these things?
Yeah, we don't know. But so on that first-time home buyer program, for example, we thought that by expanding the income range, we were going to get more interest in the program. And also by expanding the $15,000 minimum to $25,000, that it would also help homeowners if like $15,000 wasn't enough to get them through the door, $25,000 would. So those are things we heard. But the program has served 30 first-time home buyers in East New York in the last 3 years, totaling about $400,000 in loans, averaging about $13,000 per household. So That's within the past 3 years. That's 30 home buyers over the past 3 years. So if we expand the program, we anticipate that it will be about a 25% uptick. That was just an estimate, but again, we don't know, and
I think,
We-
I mean, sorry.
And, I was going to say, but the $2 million, is that the NHS program in particular, or separate from
That's
NHS?
separate. So this, I mean, the
Okay.
NIHOP is a home ownership program
Right,
that also
that's it.
generates
Right.
units, right? And so, home ownership is important, but it's also, it's more difficult at times. And so I think we're also in conversations with CNYCN to sort of see, right, you're part of them, just to sort of see what would be most effective out there and what we should be targeting and trying to figure out how to assist people.
I just wanted to thank you for that. On the $2 million, that's a special discretionary pool of money that was made available by the council?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess similar to the $1 billion infrastructure fund, I guess. It would be helpful to know if there's going to be similar funds put aside for executive-type expenditures in all the rezonings, as opposed to just capital expenditures, because it's an important part of people, I think, understanding what the commitments are.
Okay.
the last piece will be short, but it's about, is it this one? Oh, no.
Very short.
That's not good. I don't know. That was the last slide? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So really,
He's really sick.
It's about the affordability comments, which we heard a lot, and I think that the questions that the commissioners asked were very helpful in clarifying some of the ways that financing for affordable housing works. But the community clearly stated at many of the hearings that they want long-term affordability, permanent affordability, which we're committed to doing. We heard some confusion about our commitments to ensuring that at least 50% of the total units will be built in the neighborhood are affordable. So people thought we were going to be building 50%, 50-50 type buildings. And we, in conversations even recently with elected officials, they didn't quite understand it. But I want to make clear is that every building financed by HPD during the term of the Housing New York Plan will be 100% affordable. And it will be affordable primarily for extremely low, very low, and low-income households using the ELA term sheet, extremely low and low-income affordable housing program. The 50% calculation was based on the total number of units anticipated to be constructed in the neighborhood by the private market identified in the EIS. We'll achieve that 50% objective using three important tools. So we evaluated what we felt comfortable in committing, and we said at least 50% we felt comfortable doing that. Firstly, we're requiring that every developer that comes to us for financing to build 100% affordable housing for households earning as little as $15,550 for a single person to $46,620 for a three-person household. Currently, new construction is not financially feasible without subsidy in East New York, and we anticipate that any new development on private property by private developers will require HPD financing in the near future. We heard deeper affordability, 30% and below of AMI, which would require operating subsidies, federal vouchers, which we have limited numbers, and we want to use for extremely vulnerable populations, such as seniors and special needs populations. But what we were able to do is deepen affordability in the public sites because we were able to offset the acquisition, or use the acquisition, the land cost, which is zero, as part of the subsidy on the properties. So that was the first sort of clear clarification message that I wanted to give on the way that deeper subsidy is going to be achieved. The second tool is our public sites, where we have committed to providing an even greater percentage of units at the deepest affordability levels, the 30% and 40% of AMI. On private sites, 10% of units at 30% of AMI and 50% at 40% of AMI will be required. On public sites, we increased those AMI levels. So rather than 10% of units at 30%, we're requiring 15% of the units at 30%. On private sites, again, it's 15% at 40% AMI, On the public sites, it will be 20%. So we increased it, still maintaining the financial feasibility of the project, but increased the lower levels, meaning 30 and 40%, because we heard clearly from the community to use our public properties in that way. We have in the pipeline to begin construction within 2 years of ULERT, more than 1,200 units on sites that will be redeveloped. All 1,200 units will be affordable, 100% affordable. In addition, for our large public site at Dinsmore Chestnut, we will host community visioning workshops after the spring, after the ULERT process, to gather input on neighborhood amenities and types of housing that residents hope to see built on the site. Not just types of housing, but community facilities that residents want to see on the site, including a potential new school on our site. The third tool, which you all know about, is the MIH. At some point in the future, new development may be financially feasible without the need for government subsidy. As you know, we cannot force property owners to use HPD financing or force them to provide 100% affordable housing. Over the long term, as HPD subsidy is no longer required to finance housing development in East New York, the mandatory inclusionary housing program will ensure that at least 20% of units in all new housing are permanently affordable.
25%.
25%, sorry, of units in all housing, new housing development is permanently affordable. So those three ways that I've outlined are the ways that we feel comfortable in saying 50%, at least 50% of the units going out the door will be affordable in East New York. They are developed. So I'll just conclude. One of our most valuable tools is protecting both tenant and homeowners from displacement and neighborhood stabilization from the pressures of market forces. It's not only the legal tools we have available, but the commitment to preservation and new construction of affordable housing in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Let me ask you a question, which is, we heard, in essence, two almost contradictory assertions at our public hearing. On the one hand, a concern that we might not see 50% of all the units being affordable, which is, I think, a concern of the community. And on the other hand, a statement that land prices are rising, and today in East New York, if land prices were zero, you couldn't build housing without subsidy of any significant size.
Right.
So if those two forces are at play, that land prices are rising on the one hand, and if land prices were zero, we couldn't build housing without subsidy, it does seem like it will be a pretty long time before we face the issue of market rate housing, which doesn't mean that property owners are required to come to HPD, obviously, to build for subsidy, but it does seem like at least significant amounts of housing are unlikely to be built in the foreseeable future unless they do come to HPD for subsidy.
That's correct. I mean, I think you've heard that very clearly, from the great developers that know affordable housing finance, in particular affordable housing finance in East New York. That seems to be their ongoing testimony that we heard several times from them.
So, well, and in a sense, the inclusion of mandatory inclusionary housing and the requirement that 25% of the housing be affordable, assuming that's enacted into the zoning resolution, adds to that threshold, or adds to that barrier that a market rate developer would face, even assuming that mandatory inclusionary housing results in land prices deflating somewhat. They have to get to zero to begin with, and then they still face a mandatory inclusionary housing requirement.
Yes, and that's why our subsidies become so important, to be able to write down some of the other costs.
Ms. Levin, then Ms. Efron.
So thinking through that dynamic, what's HPD doing to secure the funds that are going to pay for that subsidy over, I mean, it's a significant capital commitment over a long period of time. And I realize as we're rolling out these ULURPs, this is the first of many, but we're, assuming a certain level of development is going to take place. In fact, it has to take place in order for the rezoning to be successful. Are we going to be making a civic commitment of the necessary subsidy funds up front so that we know it's there to make the project work?
Well, the mayor's made a promise to fund the Housing New York plan, and we don't see a decline within the near future in the commitment to those funds.
But is that commitment going to be brought down to an individual rezoning area, an MIH area assurance, so that we know it's there no matter what happens politically in the future? It's going to be key to making this work.
Well, I think what's key also is that, HPD has had a long track record of being entrepreneurial as well, and to watch the marketplace, but also to entertain every feasible project and finance every feasible project that comes through its door. I don't imagine that dynamic and its role and responsibility in financing for housing will change.
Ms. Efron.
Oh, I'm going to pass on my question, given the late hour.
I'll be very brief. I think you're right. Obviously, the Housing New York plan is very bold, and I think it would encompass all of these things. I think depending on how the neighborhood rezonings roll out, I mean, the Housing New York plan, I want to say that there was a 10% target for extremely low-income households through across the entire plan. It doesn't take too many East New Yorks for that percent to be exceeded, and then that takes obviously more subsidy dollars, and then it calls into question the total goal over time. So I think it's just something to, I'm sure you're all thinking about.
Let me just say, we know this is an unprecedented commitment to affordable housing. The governor has also made we hope, an additional commitment to affordable housing. To what extent that commitment is duplicative, to what extent it is supplementary, I think time will tell. But clearly, I think both the governor and the mayor have made it clear, and as we've seen from our community need statements all over the city, the number one community need that we have gotten from the community boards has been affordable housing. And actually, 12 out of 14 or 10 out of 12, how many community boards are there in Manhattan? 14? All but 2 community boards in Manhattan, for example, listed affordable housing as their number one need. Now, the amount of funds clearly is not unlimited. And it is subject, certainly, to the city's budgetary process. And the need is so great that no matter how much we devote to it, it's not going to be enough, absent some major federal commitment, which is not foreseeable right now. But just to double back to MIH and ZQA, it is one of the reasons, if not significant reason, why, to the extent that we can use our money more smartly and more efficiently, and not spend it on things that are unnecessary, and encourage affordable housing everywhere to the extent possible in order to relieve the pressure on HPD's capital budget so that it can be used in neighborhoods like East New York. It's essentially why we think about all of this as an integrated housing program and not simply looking at MIH is our housing program, or ZQA is our housing program, or rezonings are our housing program, or subsidy is our housing program. It all has to be part of an integrated whole. And even so, however efficient we make it, it's not going to be enough to solve the and address fully the problem of affordable housing in this city. But I think the idea is that all of these have to work together in the most efficient way possible. Which is not a full answer to your question, but it's the best
No, I
think we
agree
can do.
completely with everything you said, but this intervention, sort of, we're making some real promises here that we need to follow through with.
Well, but I think we are, and it's not, again, it's not subject today. We'll discuss this at our next session, but it's not simply a promises in terms of housing. It's also commitments in terms of other public investments in our neighborhoods. And it's not simply affordable housing is really important, but it's also, we also want to protect and enhance the health of our neighborhoods. So it's the challenge of our time, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're spending so much time on it. Any other questions for Daniel?
I just want to clarify. So in East New York, under MIH, if you are, and you're going to need a HPD subsidy, it's not a question of 25 or 30. You got to do 100% affordable.
If you need subsidy from HPD, yes, it will be 100% affordable development.
And that range, what will be the uppermost range in that 100% development?
In the Ella program.
Ella,
It
yeah.
targets 60% and below, but
And below.
it can go up to 80. It does allow for up to 80% of AMI as well, depending on the marketplace and whether their rents can actually sustain that. So the program was made to be as targeted as much as possible to extremely low and low-income families, but it would also provided an opportunity to say, all right, you can have up to 5-10% of your units at 80% if you could substantiate the underwriting.
Any other questions for Daniel or HPD? Yes.
I hesitate to ask another question at this late hour, but you're the only one to ask this one. We heard a number of pleas at the public hearing that all housing receiving this extreme degree of subsidy and support from HPD be permanently affordable. Is there any chance of that happening?
So I described briefly on the way that we've been providing loans to developers more recently and our commitment to the loan terms have changed so that basically HPD, the city, is put in the driver's seat at the end of the loan period.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, you explained. Thank you. Balloon. Got it.
All right. Thank you. I just want to say on East New York, we'll really only have one other major review session on February 1st. And so we'll have a few weeks between that review session and when we're required to vote because of the President's Week holiday. But so I just want you all to be prepared on February 1st. Yes, you may.
Okay, as a result of that, can I make one very discreet request? You mentioned 49 buildings, 1,600 units. Could we get them mapped on where? Yeah. That'd be great.
Okay.
I'm sure you do.
So, Corin, anything else? And I'm also quite mindful of both the hour and the fact that we have a 10 o'clock hearing tomorrow morning. But, Corin?
Are the cots outside?
No sleep overnight. Yes, Corin.
No, just that we could answer other questions tonight, of course, but also we'll be at review session on February 1st to answer other questions pertaining to the zoning proposal, community investments, as well as focusing more deeply on economic development with SBS and EDC.
And
here.
what we'll try to do is see if we can, between now and February 1st, feed more information to you on a written basis so that we can be sensitive to all of your time. it's, I know you've really, the last month has been quite intense. Ms. Levitt.
Housing questions that I would hope we could follow up that way, not tonight. But we heard a lot about Arlington Village. Curious about the work city planning has done on that obviously very problematic site. And the argument that it should be pulled from the rezoning, included in the rezoning, what could get built there. I'm sure you've modeled it. Help us understand what the whole situation is there. And also, I was taken by the, buried in the 50-page report from the Brooklyn Borough President was a map that showed what they called soft sites, pointing out that in the mid-blocks, so many of those buildings are underbuilt already, so that there are in fact many more soft sites than you would think about, and it leads me to ask, not for tonight, but for later, whether those mid-block rezoning areas are as limited as possible, whether we're really working hard to reduce displacement pressure on those mid-blocks. Because I know there's some of them that you're upzoning. Is that really right? That's it.
We will get back to you on both.
Absolutely.
And we'll get back to you before February 1st on both. Okay, thank you, Corin.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Whoops, one, Jackie,
February 3rd.
very quickly.
Very quickly, future votes. Staff will prepare favorable resolutions for the following. The Early Life Center 9 Roundtables Senior Center, which will include a condition that for a 5-year continued use of that facility, apropos of the previous conversations the commission has had. That will also be imposed on the Coney Island Head Start 1 facility. Same thing, 5-year renewal for continued use. We have 1 Pearl Point Plaza. That's the proposed office space for the law department. We have the Bedford Historic District, which was described earlier today. ZQA and mandatory inclusionary housing, favorable reports based on the modifications that have been discussed by the commission over the past, I guess, 3 or so post-hearing follow-ups.
And we will get you drafts early so that you'll be able to comment.
We have 375 Pearl Street, office space proposal for the Department of Finance. We have 123 William Street, office space acquisition for the Department of Youth and Community Development, and 2500 Halsey Street, HRA relocation acquisition. And that concludes.
I think I think it should be relatively short tomorrow.
Considering what you have experienced over the last month or so.
That's why
I would venture to say.
That's why I use the word relatively. No, I think.
4 o'clock meeting.
I think the only, are any of the hearings tomorrow likely to be extensive? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, we just had the office space applications, the daycare center, and the Sheepshead Bay Special District tax, so.
Keep your fingers crossed.
But, so are we going to have another go-around on this, DCAS talking about it both sides of their mouth on terms of daycare centers? Or has the agency learned any more from DCAS about how they're approaching this? Because they said to us at certification that they wanted a short term, or we were told that was DCAS's preference. And now we're told something totally different. So it's frustrating.
I think that the commission has been very clear about its position on daycare centers, and so staff has been guided by the commission's consideration on these actions.
I don't want to hear any more about the old administration, because they were gone too long ago.
Right.
Don't tell us it's not possible to renegotiate.
Just to
Come up with another
just
line.
to underscore what Jackie said, I think that DCAS has certainly heard very clearly what we expect, and we think, we hope, ACS and DIFTA have also heard very clearly, and that's the story.
Thank you. Are we we done?
We've been as clear as we can be.
Very good.